Hey guys, I'm going to follow the round 8 of the 25th Open International Bavarian Championships. I'm gonna follow Tihon's game. As you know, we're big fans. Um, Fruit Chess, hey, thanks for the follow. We're about to start the coverage of round 8. Hopefully, we will get some games soon. In 11 seconds, it's starting. Um, while that doesn't happen, let's have a look at the standings and everything. I was going through the pictures from the event. There are a couple pictures from Tihon. You can see him. That's from like yesterday or 2 days ago or something like that. And anyway, this is the chess results page. So let's see how things are going. Anton Korobov is playing the tournament, which is a very strong player, obviously. There's Anton Demchenko, Vocaturo, Safarli, Nisipiano. At the very least, these top five are very elite players. Then I think I don't know anyone else, honestly. I'm scanning through the list. Yeah. Yeah, well, there are many German players, obviously, so probably people in Germany know a lot of these players. Anywho, Tihang is, I thought it was 35, but it's place 40 in the starting list. Yeah, in the starting rank, place 40. Very strong tournament. Although, despite the recent spike in rating by Tihang, I think he's still underrated. So, yeah, we'll see. His tournament so far went very well, as no defeats. He played number 2, Anton Demchenko, got a draw there. Very nice. Yesterday against another strong grandmaster, got another draw, and also drew another international master. So draws against the title players. Another draw against a 2000-ish player, which may not be the best, but okay. Then victories, and today he's playing another player like that with the black pieces. Let's see how things are going on the top. So we can have a look at round 8 out of 9, so we can see the pairings for this round, as well as the points that the players have. I don't know if you can see. Yeah, you can see everything. Perfect. Um, so we have Jean-Christian Schruder on board number 1 playing against Anton Korobov. We have Safarli on board number 2. There are 5 players with 6 out of 7. 1 second, I have some notification, but not important. Yeah, the round should have started, but I think I don't see the games yet. This is previous round. This is this round. I'm not sure whether there's a delay. So yeah, we're gonna wait for a few minutes, and in the meantime, let's keep looking at the standings and how things are going. So yeah, there are 5 players on 6 out of 7, and then there's a big pack of should I say 15, probably 15 players if I counted correctly, with 5.5. So yeah, and then it's like a very lot of players with 5 points. 27, 17, like 30, more than 30, between 30 and 40 players with 5 points, including Tihang. So Tihang basically is on 1 point behind the leaders, so that's very good. And there are 2 rounds left, this one and tomorrow. what's the expectation for him? I guess today is the game that he probably can win, given the opponent. We'll see. Um, and maybe we can expect a draw tomorrow. I definitely expect him not to. I mean, winning both would be awesome, but I think the most likely result is either win draw or draw draw. Um, Either case, he's definitely going to improve his initial rank, and yeah, probably end somewhere around place, I don't know, 20 to 30. We'll see. Not very important in terms of, well, I don't know how many prizes are there, but um, anyway, Korobov and Safarli clear favorites in this tournament, along with Demchenko and Vocaturo, who are half a point behind, and those. Oh, Nisipeano is also there. Let's not forget about him. So yeah, those top five boards are going to be very interesting to keep an eye on. And then there's a bunch of players that are also fighting there, and they also have very, very strong ratings. So it's just the fact that I don't know them. I kind of give these big names as favorites instead, but definitely there's a lot of contention there, which is pretty interesting. Yeah. So that's it. Bavarian, where is this, in Munich, or I don't even know where the tournament is played. I don't think there's that information here. Probably in the official website, but yeah. I guess is this nah. Those are names. I was looking for some address. It is played in Gmund, and also this is the place, Tegernser. Thanks for that long, exact homology sequence. And Kier Tishvar, thanks for the follow. Sorry, I'm mispronouncing everything. I'm not very good with German. Anyway, I don't know the place, but I assume it's in the south of Germany. The location is in the 8th row. Oh, there you are. Correct. Now I'm curious. Oh, that looks pretty. Those pictures are pretty. Okay, it's a bit southern of Munich, so it's between Munich and Innsbruck. Cool. Cool. Okay. I'm still not getting games yet, but I imagine there's some kind of delay. I think the games should have started like 8 minutes ago. Let me refresh here. And yeah, as soon as we get the games, we're gonna go over openings and see what's happening. This is Tihon. This is the game we're going to follow closely because we're rooting for him. And yeah, I haven't been following the tournament at all, so I don't know if any spectacular thing happened. From what I see from the standings, things are going more or less according to plan or very normally. I see some players maybe playing on, with maybe being underrated. Like you see a 2500 and a 1800 there together, things like that. But that's common on every Swiss tournament. And maybe this GM, who knows? Maybe he got some buys. Now I'm curious. Let's have a look. No buys. He just lost against a strong player. I mean, things can happen. He lost 2 games. Hey, Karmar! Greetings from the playing venue. I knew Karmar was there. How's it going over there? It looks from the pictures. It looks like a very nice place. Also, did the games start already? Because we're not getting moves yet, but I assume they started. Um, let's see if we get some special intel from Karmar at the playing venue. It's nice we have a reporter there. In the meantime, let me read this information we have about the tournament, because I haven't been following, so it's good to read it, I guess. The 25th Open International Bavarian Chess Championships is an annual open tournament held in Gmund, Germany, this year from the 5th to the 13th of November. That is, it finishes tomorrow morning. 599 players from 35 federations are competing for a share on the 15,000 euro prize pool. I don't have much audio because it's pretty full and noisy here in the waiting room, I guess. Karmar. He doesn't have good audio, so let me ask him in the chat if the game started. All right, so the packed field features 15 GMs, including Sargsyan and Korobov. That is not true. I don't see Sargsyan in the starting list, unless no, I don't see him in the starting list. So I guess there were some changes, but they definitely have Safarli, which is also a very strong GM. Okay, anyway, the tournament will be held as a 9-round Swiss, and the first 5 rounds will be accelerated using the Baku method. As you know, accelerated ratings means some players are given virtual points at the well, not some players. The top half are given some virtual points. I don't know exactly the Baku method. I know sometimes they do like 2 virtual points, sometimes they do like 1, things like that. And the main reason for that is then you enter the same list of players to the program, to the software you use for the pairings, like say Swiss Manager or Swiss Manager, Swiss Pro, or one of these. And because the top half have extra points because you gave them virtual points, then they get paired between them. They don't get paired with the lower pack. So you split the strong players between, away from the weak players. They play 5 rounds in between them, really. And of course, if you overperform, you may go to the next pack. But yeah, so you keep them separated, and only after a few rounds, when it's very clear who are the better of the lower pack and the best of the top pack, so to speak, then you equal the points. Like you remove the virtual points, or you give also the virtual points to the lower pack. So yeah, accelerated is nice to do when you have a lot of players, especially, and you don't want to increase the number of rounds. Then you can do accelerated, and it works pretty well. Karmar saying not much material available about the opponent, so preparation was difficult. Yeah, hey, Manuspurs. Another rare pairing. Well, not rare. I mean, I think it's not rare. Oh, let me go back to the... Well, it is what it is. There's a lot of players with 5 points. Like, I can't even count, but I think it's around 30-something players. Right? Probably it's like 35 players on 5 points. Yeah, so Tihon got a 2000. There are other 2000s. There's an 1800, so it could be worse in terms of rating. There's a 2400 GM on 5 points too. Yeah, and there's a 2500 on 4.5. But that happens. That's you know what happens. And I actually was looking at this because I was curious. He just lost 2 games against strong opponents like 2400s and so so it's normal. I mean, normal. It's normal on a bad day or a bad tournament. You can see these things of higher rated players going below you, like half a point behind Tihon, for example. So and the other way. So yeah, ratings are not strength. I cannot stress this enough. Ratings, they don't show strength; they show performance. And sometimes you have strong players underperforming, weak players overperforming. That's just normal. Um, it needs paired by random, not really random. There are certain rules. There are many rules actually involved in these pairings, um, including okay. The most important thing, of course, are the points you have, and you're going to be paired against someone with the same number of points, unless there's a odd number of players with that number of points. Then someone has to go up or down. Um, so that's like the first factor. There's also the color factor that's very important. Like if you've been playing, let's say white black white black white black, it's your turn to play white, and that's going to be favored over other colors. So your opponent may be picked because it's the color that matches you and things like that. Of course, players can repeat color if the software decides so to solve conflicts in the algorithm. There are other rules. I know in also the arbiters can manually introduce rules. They can be really, really random rules. Like for example, sometimes a player from one country doesn't want to play against players from another country, and sometimes arbiters introduce rules for that to at least try to avoid that if possible. Even keeping the pairing system fair, they try to avoid problems like that, like political problems, and all sorts of things that can be added to the pairing, really. Um, but yeah, I suppose that didn't happen here. Um, anyway, um, normal pairing. I think what we can say about the pairings and what Tihon is, the reason we're complaining obviously is we all want to see Tihon becoming an international master first and becoming a grandmaster next. We want him obviously, and at this point he got the FIDE master title on the previous tournament or like 2 weeks ago. And in my opinion, he clearly has the level for international master. But FIDE master, you get it just with the rating, but now you also need the norms. I think he's going to be on the rating very soon. Like he's going to cross 2400, no problem with that. And nobody should be concerned about that. He's going to do it. I think he already has the level. The thing is, now it's time to start collecting norms, and that's why we're complaining, right? Because one of the most important things you need is the performance. And when he's consistently drawing his games against grandmasters, getting okay, not easy draws, but comfortable draws. He's got the level. He just needs strong contention, so he gets a higher opponent's average rating to get those norms. So probably an open tournament is not the best, or at least an open tournament with this diversity in ratings. Like for example, in the previous tournament, um, it was such a strong field that he draws against a GM, the next he gets is another GM or an IM. But in this tournament, he draws against a GM and suddenly he gets a 2000 or an 1800. So that's the thing with open tournaments with a lot of diversity in ratings. It happens. It's okay. But I think he's more likely to get a norm in a closed tournament, like many people do. Once you already have the level, I think if you go into a closed tournament with only title players, he will get the performance he needs. So yeah, against Demchenko, he was in a +4 position. That's true. When they drew, when they agreed on a draw. So yeah, he got very good positions against most title players recently. Um, very strong GMs. Yeah, he can also skip IM and just get his rating to 2500 and get. Um, yeah, that's technically possible, but I think it's very very hard because, well, you saw in the previous tournament, even though he got strong contention in front of him, he didn't get an IM norm. He was very close. Now getting a GM norm is much much harder because you need a performance. What is it, like 2550? You need a very very big performance for that, and you know, it's not going to be. Let's put it this way: he can get an IM norm by consistently drawing against GMs, but to get a GM norm, he's gonna he's gonna he's gonna need to start consistently winning against GMs. I think that's a way to say it. So yeah, let's not skip any steps. I think he's doing great, and one thing I like about his style lately is he's been very solid. He's not taking crazy risks, and he's doing great results. Even though we feel sometimes that he could have, you know, kept pushing or +4, accepting a drawing +4. It was such a great result, and I think he's doing the right steps, and yeah, I'm very excited for um, the progress he's showing. Yeah. Anyway, still waiting for the moves. So I think it's fair to assume now it's being 20 minutes. It's fair to assume that there's a delay here. Let me refresh the page just in case. Yeah, we're not receiving any moves yet. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna do just a small break while we wait for moves, and I'll be back in a minute. Okay. And hello again. Um, the we just received the games, so let's have a look. Karmar is saving energy on phone, so he will be back later. Thanks, Karmar, for the intel from the playing venue. And let's have a look at what's going on the boards. These are the top boards right now. So we have Anton Korobov with the black pieces, Safarli also with the black pieces, and then on the next boards we have Demchenko and Vocaturo with the white pieces, both of them. I'm saying those names because and Nisipiano, okay, also with the white pieces. I'm saying those names because those 5 players are like the top and favorites to fight for this tournament. And Korobov and Safarli, they're playing both with black, but they have half a point. They're half a point ahead of the other 3, which are playing with white. So it's going to be an interesting round. Things can get tight on the top. On the other hand, let's try to find Tihon's game. Tihon is playing on board 24 with the black pieces. What looks like a Benoni to me. With an early e6, e takes d5. So interesting. Let me. No game found in the Masters database on this position. Okay, let's have a look. This is interesting. Already an interesting opening. So d4, knight f6. Knight f3, not c4. Yeah, right. That's the difference. So e6, bishop g5, and now c5. So forget what I said about a Benoni, I think, because this looks more like a, what can we call this? And d5. That d5 is strange if you didn't play c4, right? Yeah, Tihon actually thought here for a second. Queen a5 is a move in the database as well. Because this d5 move is weird. It's the 6th in the Masters database. Yeah, why would you go for bishop g5 ping? It looks like something you can get out of the Trompowsky, right? Here it's just a story attack, but this, what I mean by the Trompowsky is you have the e6 lines in the Trompowsky, which is when you go bishop g5 here in the game knight f3 was played. And to solve this problem, if we can call it a problem, but mainly the idea is hello Noir Viking, Noir Viking. So one of the main ideas in the Trompowsky is, bishop takes f6, double those pawns, and then black has to see how to work with that. But there's this line with e6, which I like a lot in the Trompowsky, where you say, okay, I'm not going to give you the chance to double my pawns. So if you ever take, I'm going to take with the queen, and my pawn structure is great. You gave the bishop pair away, so now you tell me what this bishop is doing here. And white usually says what this bishop is doing now is pinning the knight, so I'm going to exploit that. And the main line goes with e4, trying e5, then bishop e7, and so on. And there are very interesting lines there. Sometimes you can transpose to a French defense after moves like e5, d5, or d5, e5. But okay, so that would be a normal Trompowsky, or one of the normal Trompowskis. And now you play knight f3 here, which, okay, it's not the most aggressive move because, again, this knight is pinned. More aggressive would be e4. But you see in the database, many people play knight f3 here. And now if black plays c5, we transpose to the position Tihon is playing, which is the main move, c5, by the way. So that's why I'm saying this can come from a Trompowsky, but at the same time, because here knight f3 has 500 games in the database and now c5 has 3000, I'm pretty sure this position, the main move order to reach it, is not the one I showed. It's not the one I showed, and possibly also not the one in the game. Let's move as in the game e6, yeah, c4 the main move here, obviously. Bishop g5, c5 main move. And now e3 main move. Yeah, I guess maybe this is the main move order, I don't know. But yeah, most people here play e3 or c3. There are nice e3 ideas. The bishop takes f6 is even more popular than this d5, and also e4. Yeah, d5 feels odd to me, but okay, it's a move, I guess. Funnily, this is funny. We have some games by Spanish strong grandmasters in the database with the white pieces on this position. I see we have a game by Renier, and we have another game by David Anton, who's Spanish number 2 right now. And Renier, he's on the Olympic team, so he's also a very top Spanish grandmaster. I didn't know this d5 was playable, but okay, very interesting. Now, it takes d5 was played by Black, I mean Tihon, which seems like the most natural move to me. And now knight c3. The game David Anton against Ponizil, which David Anton won, followed with e3. And really, every Grandmaster game in the database followed with e3. But here, Matthias Reimann played knight c3. Now, knight c3 is a very optimistic move, but I don't know if it works. The main idea, well, instead of going for development, instead of going for, to continue the development of the king side to castle soon and so on, he goes for the development of this knight with the idea, okay, your knight is pinned, so I'm going to exploit that to capture on d5 my pawn back, which is reasonable. The problem that I see with that is d4. And I have the feeling I've played some positions, very similar positions in the Czech Benoni, where you just go d4, and if they go like knight e4, you go bishop e7. You don't mind if bishop takes to take with the pawn. Let's put those moves on the board. Let's say black goes d4 here, which I would instantly do without much thought. The main problem, you may think, is this knight being pinned. White could try knight e4 or knight e5, but knight e4 seems more logical. Or knight e5. I don't know. Knight e5, that knight seems weird there, and let's not forget about queen a5 ideas. So yeah, knight e4 seems logical, but then bishop d7 takes. That's the main point. And here you can take with the pawn, and d5 is coming, f5 is coming, like bishop pair. This is great for black. But even you can even go here because white can never take this pawn due to the queen a5 check. So I think this after d4, I think black is already better. And when I mentioned the check Benoni, let me put on the board what I mean by that. Very similar ideas with this d4. Let's see if I can understand how to get there. It would be something like this. The check Benoni, you go e5. And when they take en passant, you take with the f-pawn to play d5 next. So something like knight c3, d5, bishop g5. Here you go d4 and you have a great position. If you think about it, this is very similar to the line we just saw with knight e4, bishop e7, bishop takes. Again, you can take with the pawn and be super fine, or you can take with the bishop and say, okay, you cannot take there due to this check. So, and I've had this position a few times in the database. I probably can find them if I see on Lichess. On the Lichess database, maybe I should go to my players database. Player. And I pick myself as player, as black. It's loading. Yeah, now it's frozen. That's bad. Lichess, player. Okay, I guess I guess I can't make the point I wanted to make, but I definitely had this position as black many times. So anyway, um, let's go back to the game. See, d4 was not played yet. Well, I say yet because I feel like d4 is a great move, but maybe black has something even better. To be honest, I don't see how white regains the pawn now anymore. After d4, I don't see white regaining the pawn. So, yeah, maybe Tihon is just thinking and making sure that things are fine after that. But it feels to me like d4 just keeps the extra pawn for black, which is, I mean, we're in move 5. that would be already very, very bad news for Tihon's opponent. Um, hey, Manus Purs, welcome back. Um, yeah, let me sum up what happened here in this game, Manus Purs. The opening is weird. Like white played d4, knight f6, knight f3, e6. So far, so normal. Usually, you play with c4 in most openings, but bishop g5 is some sort of Trompowsky. Except after c5, white played the very, very weird move, in my opinion, d5. Also, we're checking with the Masters database, and it's a very offbeat move. Although there's some strong players like Spanish Grandmaster David Anton and Spanish Grandmaster Renier who tried this. Also, Simon Williams, I'm seeing in the database. So I guess d5 is fine. Now the move I hate is after he takes d5. I really hate this knight c3, which I think it's just wrong, in my opinion. Tihon is thinking here, but I have the feeling d4 just keeps the extra pawn for black. El Nino, yeah. I mean, I guess d5 is fine, but yeah, we've seen in the database every master here played e3, and I think if you don't go e3, then basically black can play d4. So after knight c3, Tihon is thinking, but what I'm seeing is just d4, and for white, I guess the normal thing to do would be knight e4 to use the ping, but then bishop e7 and black is super fine. d5 is coming, and even if you take on f6, black can take either way and be super fine. I think if you take with the pawn, you're happy with the bishop pair, the open lines, the extra pawn, and I think if you take with the bishop, you're still happy because white cannot really take on c5 due to this check. And I was showing actually a line that as soon as I saw knight c3 on the board, I thought of this d4 because I play the check Benoni. I play the check Benoni, and I wanted to show the same idea in the check Benoni. When you go d4, knight f6, c4, c5, d5, e5, that's the check Benoni. And when white takes, and you take with the f pawn to prepare d5, if knight c3, d5, if they try this bishop g5 to build more pressure thanks to the ping, you go d4 and knight e4. It's what we just seen. And you can take with the bishop because this falls for that. And yeah, the check Benoni is even worse for white because after long castle, the pressure on the f file is going to be strong. So it's even worse than the game. Let me refresh and go back to the current game because I think we finally have some moves. Yep. Okay. So yeah, d4 was played. D4 was played, and now bishop takes f6 was tried, and yeah, here you take, I think, and you're just a pawn up. I imagine, well, white's idea is probably to get some square for the knight, but I don't think those are stable squares. Like, I mean, if you go to e4, well, yes, you hit the queen, but let's say the queen moves also hitting something, let's say, And what is that knight doing on e4? I mean, d5 is coming next, and the knight will have to go to a very offbeat square, very awkward square like g3 or something. I don't know. Feels suspicious. And if you go knight e5, it may even be worse because maybe your knight is lost. I don't know. Obviously, you have a threat on c7, so you need to keep an eye on that. Let's say one of those moves. But the one I like is queen d6. The reason is I want to control also f4 because I'm hinting at the fact that the knight is is trapped, right? And I'm attacking the knight also. So basically, I think here e4 would be the only move, or c4. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Either way, in all these lines, black keeps the extra pawn. So and the bishop pair. So yeah, very very weird. Like let's go back. Yeah, we're in the position after bishop takes f6, and Tihon is thinking like white gave up a pawn, didn't try to regain it because this knight c3 was basically giving it away. This position. Um, well, first of all, d5, which you have absolutely no need to. But then if black takes it, um, well, you need to think what's the best way to regain the pawn. According to the masters, e3 is, and I'm very surprised that white plays such an opening without even figuring out the follow-up, right? Because why would you play d5 if not from preparation? But it seems as white is not prepared. Because I can't believe knight c3 is a good move. I mean, it's definitely a novelty, and okay, now if suddenly white gets something good out of this, okay, then yeah, then I take my hat off for this player, but it actually feels wrong to me. Feels very wrong because I can't see any compensation or any, like, you gave away a pawn and the bishop pair. I don't see anything tangible in return. It has to be prep. To me, it's like the wrong prep. Okay, g takes f was played, which also seems good. Like now knight for d5, for example, and if knight d5, well, the knight is completely trapped there. So yeah, it feels like a very strange prep to me. Like, it's very weird. You play a move like d5 and you don't have a follow-up ready, or your follow-up. I mean, he's playing fast. That is true. I'm seeing on the clock 1 hour 28. So maybe it was prep. But if this is your prep, wow. I mean, you could do better than this. What kind of prep brings you to a position where the only claim white can do here is that black has these double pawns, right? That's the only claim now, and only because black decided to go there, which I actually like that that practical approach by Tihon, instead of bringing the queen there and having to beat 95. Oof. I don't know. This knight, poof, I don't know. Um, like right now as black, I'm very tempted to start punishing this knight. Um, One very logical move we can try is queen a5 check, which may force a queen trade. I don't know how interesting is that. Probably not. I wouldn't consider it. I wouldn't consider it too seriously, but it's a very forcing line, so it's definitely on my list of possible lines. And obviously, if a queen trade happens, then you need to follow up with knight e6 or king d8 or bishop d6. Not hand the fork on c7 later. But also f6 is hanging, so it's probably a bad move, queen a5, but it's definitely a move to consider, or to consider as a follow-up of whatever we do now. Now, another idea that comes to mind here is, okay, let's punish this knight. This knight only has the f4 square, right? Right now it only has the f4 square. So definitely bishop h6 comes to mind. Bishop h6 would combine very well with the idea of trapping this knight and with the idea of the follow-up with queen a5, because now there's no queen d2 with the bishop on h6. So bishop h6 already raises some questions, I think. It also probably makes it harder to play e3, although I guess it's still possible. And it definitely also prepares short castle if we're interested in castling. So bishop h6 definitely comes to mind. And basically any other developing move comes to mind, because I don't see white's threat. Like, okay, knight is awesome on d5. It's not threatening anything. It is putting some pressure on f6, yeah. And black needs to keep an eye on both c7 and f6. But it's not like a real threat. It's not, black needs to hang it to actually be a threat. Um, what else does white have? Nothing else. Then just play a developing move. I can't imagine knight c6 being a bad move, let's say. Um, Another move that comes to mind is to push the b pawn. And by push, I mean b6, or maybe why not b5? The point being that we're going to follow up with bishop b7 and already start questioning that knight. Behind that knight, there's another knight where we could. That would be poetically. That would be almost poetic if you push the b pawn, you play bishop b7, this knight moves, and you take on f3. It would be very poetic to say, okay, you traded on f6, I traded on f3. I got the same that you got, like I ruined your structure, I gave the bishop pair same as you, but I'm a pawn up. like, that would be poetic. I don't expect Tihon to do that, but what I mean is that even a bad plan like that can leave you in a marginally better position for black, because black is a pawn up. And d6, yeah, another perfect developing move. I like it. Yeah, and very solid. And I like it because it develops. Yeah, it develops much better than everything I said, I think. It's bringing this bishop out. This bishop can go to e6, for example. It's a very natural square now, but also f5 and g4. And there's no reason to rush in with the tactics, which is something I see. I like black's approach in this case. Queen takes f6 would have allowed some tactical sharp play. And here, instead of going for tactical sharp play with bishop h6, and then you have to see what to do against e3, and so just developing. Yeah, just developing. I wouldn't be surprised if this is already a big advantage for black. And this knight on d5 is looking, I don't know, very suspiciously placed. I guess maybe as white you can consider a move like queen d2. Okay, maybe white wants to follow up with, let's say, e4 here, e4 or c4, try to justify that we put the knight there. I would imagine e4 maybe. Maybe e4 makes a lot of sense. But yeah, even if you do sensible moves, let's say for both sides, like normal developing moves, e4, knight c6, bishop e5, bishop d7, short castle, black may end up castling long if necessary, but basically it's a free pawn up. Like, I don't see the I struggle to see the compensation. Also, black has the bishop pair. Yeah, it's looking like yeah, indeed, it's looking very easy to play for black, which is good news. Very strange opening by white. Very strange, in my opinion. Okay, I think the pawns are controlling the center better than the knights. Yes, definitely this knight here is looking a bit iffy, because it only has the f4 square, so you need to be careful. Obviously the knight there is nice and it's putting pressure on some important squares, and I think e4 is going to be played. That's I suppose e4 is going to be played, if not here, at some point. But I imagine here is the best moment to do it, because white needs to start developing as well. And yeah, after e4, if we take en passant, then the knight has more squares. It can even recapture with the knight, so the knight would be a little happier about the squares it has available. But yeah, black's pawns are great, and a decision like g takes f6, uh, when Tihon went for that instead of queen takes, um, it's hard to tell which one is more ambitious than the other. Because queen takes is ambitious in terms of pawn structure, on keeping like the perfect pawn structure, and g takes f, in my eyes, it's ambitious in the sense of having open lines. Obviously, you have a bad pawn structure, but you get more open lines for rooks and bishops, and I have the feeling, especially with this pawn on d4 now, that black is very close to start generating initiative with pieces coming to active squares. Open lines is not as important as bad pawn structure. That's what G South thinks, I think, if I read correctly what's in the chat. It's hard. It's definitely one thing compensates the other. So it's a very interesting approach by Tihon with G takes F. It's giving away in pawn structure to get open lines, which is, I think, justifiable because you have the bishop pair and your opponent doesn't. So open lines should be good. Also, arguably, he has a space now. He has a space advantage. So having a space advantage and bishop pair when your opponent doesn't, I think open lines makes a lot of sense. Obviously, concrete calculation always going to be necessary, but I find it. I was trying to understand whether G takes F is more ambitious than Queen takes, because I would play Queen takes probably. I would be like, I would calculate if there's a problem with Queen takes, obviously, and then if possible, I would take it because I want the good pawn structure and still keep the other advantages. So I see Queen takes F as Queen takes F6. I see it in my eyes as more ambitious, but now G takes F. Well, it's we can call it also very ambitious because it's getting open lines for his bishops. So yeah, interesting approach. I think G takes F is more of a risk probably, and in that aspect is ambitious. And the reason I'm talking about ambitious or not ambitious is because we believe, or I believe, that Tihon is playing for a win this game, right? He's playing as black, but he's playing against an theoretically weaker player, and we've seen him drawing against another 2000 in round one, right? That was with the black pieces as well, and he's been playing very solid lately, drawing in pleasant positions. But in this game, I think he's playing for a win. that's what I'm trying to say. Anyway, very enjoyable position, regardless. And now White is thinking. I would imagine e4 has to be played now or at some point. That being said, one concern about going e4, and maybe that's one of the points of d6 by black, is that e4 may be answered with f5, just boom, just hitting it, and yeah, I don't know. I guess white has some problems already. Let's have a look at the top boards in the mean. Oh, e4 was played. Okay, e4 was played as expected, and yeah, f5 would be an interesting idea here, because, for example, f5, if you try to hold it with bishop d3, you're already falling for all sorts of things on the e file, and even c4. Yeah, like imagine f5 bishop d3 c4. I'm not saying c4 is good, but even that is annoying. And and if f5 you take, well, bishop takes, and yeah, black is activating the pieces. Maybe, I guess we need to be careful about some queen e2 checks. Bishop e6. Yeah, black should be fine. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether whether Tihon goes for some concrete actions here like f5, which makes also sense because it's your double pawn, and eventually you're gonna play f5 for sure. So it's either making it now or later. But it's gonna be interesting to see whether he does that or simply knight c6 or simply bishop e6. What I mean is, or simply develop, which in the position it would also be a something normal to do. Even take en passant is not as bad idea, because take en passant, if you take with the f pawn, then right, that looks wrong. So you have to take with the knight, and then maybe bishop h6 makes sense. It's true that black has this weakness on d6, but yeah, I think all the options are looking good for black. It's going to be hard for me to guess the move. Tihon's move, that is. Another move that comes to mind is bishop g4, saying, okay, I'm going to just annoy your development. I'm pinning in the knight, and if you decide to go h3, bishop h5, g4, bishop g6, I'm already building pressure. So, yeah, bishop g4 makes sense, f5 makes sense, bishop h6 now again makes sense, take en passant makes sense, queen a5 check, still there, knight c6, knight bd7. Knight bd7 is interesting. It keeps an eye on e5 for later, for knight 5, but also defense f6 again, which makes this queen more flexible about going to a5, for example. The problem with knight bd7 is it's blocking the bishop, so you have to have a clear follow-up after that. Knight bd7, I would imagine as a move if you really intend to go knight 5 next, or if you intend to develop the bishop fianchettoing. But that you can do already now. Like you can go b5, for example. No, not b5. There's bishop b5. Sorry. So yeah, many options. If you think about knight d7 or knight c6, you need to keep an eye on bishop b5 and see what you're gonna do against that. Do you prefer if we watch the game, by the way, from the black's perspective, or is it okay that we're showing it from the white's perspective? Because I don't mind, but maybe you want to follow it from Tihon's perspective. Anyway, I'm gonna have a quick sweep of the top boards. It's okay like this. Okay. Let's have a look at the top boards and what's happening. On board number 1, we have Anton Korobov with the black pieces playing this this position that looks from a theoretically heavy opening, and I say that because they're on move 12, and I see already games in the database with big names there, like Michael Adams, Fabiano Caruana. Michael Adams had this twice at least as white in the database. I see Yasser Quesada, I see Renier Castellanos against Edouard Romain. So some big names there in the database in this very position. Even Cotronias had this as white. Akshat Chandra had this as white in 2013 against Shabalov. What age was Akshat? How old was Akshat Chandra in 2013? He was probably a little kid. Anyway, so this position is definitely very theoretical. It says it's from the Tarrasch defense. We can have a look. I really, really don't understand, or I think I haven't seen this position. I think I've been in this kind of position from the French defense a few times. This kind of position, okay, not the exact position. The Tarrasch defense. Sorry, it's not the Tarrasch defense. That now I understand. It's the Tarrasch variation of the French defense, the one with 92. It goes e4, e5. Sorry, e4, e6, d4, d5, and here, as you know, the main move is knight c3, which leads to two main paths here. win-aware or the classical French defense. The classical French is with knight f6, and then you go, well, you can go different ways here. Okay, Manus. And e5 is one of the main moves, and so on. But the main point is knight f6, and e5, knight e7, etc. So that's like the classical French. But black has the option to go for the win-aware with this pin here, right, annoying this pawn, and threatening d takes e4, and this leads to very sharp lines. By the way, these days there were win-aware thematic arenas only chess. I just played one this morning, so this is a very interesting opening. And here, yeah, because d takes e4 is threatened, you go e5, c5, a3 forces bishop takes e3, and basically you get a very imbalanced position, very sharp, very interesting lines. Black lost the dark square bishop, so queen g4 makes sense, and there are some sharp lines there. White has a ruined pawn structure in return for bishop pair, but black will have a lot of action on the c file. Very sharp opening, very interesting as well, but you can avoid all of that as white if you go for the Tarrasch French, which is instead of going knight c3, you go knight e2. And you're still supporting the pawn e4, so if black, whenever black decides to take there, you basically transpose back to other main lines. And if they go for knight f6, which didn't happen in this game yet, they went in this move order, bishop e7, knight gf3, then knight f6. But basically, whenever you get to this position, when you play e5, knight fd7, it's similar to the classical French, except your knight is on d2. Now the knight is clearly not as good on d2 as on c3, so the theoretical corpus here splits between the classical and the Tarrasch. They have different things, but for the most part, many ideas apply. Your bishop is stuck here, so some ideas don't apply, but many of them do. And at least you avoided the win-aware, because obviously after knight e2, if you go bishop e4, well, that's a stupid move, just c3. So yeah, so very interesting. They're playing this opening, and this is all very heavily theoretical. I prepared the Tarrasch back in the day. I just don't remember a thing. Diopatzer, thanks for the follow. So yeah, bishop e1 would be my instinct, and keep an eye on h7. But then if you can never have a square, let's say if you never have those squares for the queen, how are you gonna coordinate your queen to ever attack h7? You're gonna have to bring your queen to h3 somehow. So maybe it's not that great on b1. It's there are games in the database with bishop e1, and actually, yeah, bishop e1 is the second move after bishop e5. But yeah, my instinct would be to go bishop e1, but interestingly, bishop e5 seems to be more relevant to the current position. Castles, knight b1, knight b6, knight c3, bishop d7, and yeah, again, there's a few games in the database with this, so this is probably still prep or still theory, still prep for probably for Anton Korobov, who, given the clocks, it looks like Jean-Christian Schroeder may not have this fully prepared. He's spending some time here. Not here, I mean, he spent some time to get to this position, which looks still theoretical according to the database. So yeah, maybe we, regardless of what the computer evaluation is, maybe Korobov has some good chances to press in this game to try and win. Obviously, Korobov, one of the main contenders for this tournament, and he's not gonna go crazy as black, but if he can, he can try. I mean, he's already up half an hour on the clock, and the opening's still sharp, all the pieces on the board, only a couple pawns traded. Many things can happen. Very interesting game. Let's see Safarli on board number 2 with a pawn structure that resembles Tihon's. that pawn on d5. Mm, there's only one game in the database, bishop g5 and black won, but not very strong players. Let's see what happened here. This came from Rui Lopez, opening a6, classical line, castle, bishop e7. Now rook e1 is normal, b5, bishop e3, but not b5 was played. Safarli just went for d6, and bishop takes c6 immediately, saying, okay, you didn't go b5, then I'll punish you. But is that the proper punishment? We'll see. Ivanchuk, Katsindanov, Topalov, many people, Svidler, many people playing this. It's sort of transposing back to the exchange Spanish. This is called the Averbach variation according to the database. I'm not an expert. And bishop d7. It all seems pretty normal. Even h3 looks normal. So knight f5 takes... this is where most games in the database, including Boris Spassky as white, continued with queen takes instead of pawn takes, keeping control of the light squares in the center. Pawn takes sort of gives that control away, and black immediately uses the d5 push to prove that. So we'll see, but yeah, interesting moment here, capturing on f5 with the pawn, and black trying to use it immediately. And let's see if Safarli can also push for the win there. Anton Denchenko on board number 3 with a position that shows no game in the database, and I guess this came from an Italian opening. It looks all like a beginner's game. Like, I'm surprised that there are no games in the database with this position. It's all like super symmetrical and so boring. Let's see what happened. Italian. Right. So in the database, there's a game, Niemann versus Li Kuan-Liang, from, it looks like August this year, and bishop takes c5 was played here. So when was the big cut in games in the database here? a6, because d6 and h6 are more popular. However, a6 is obviously a very normal move, and I've seen many players playing in this kind of move. So yeah, I don't know. They're playing like normal moves, so I'm really surprised this hasn't been seen in the database before. But this is, well, I don't know, very normal Italian stuff. Daniele Vocaturo on board number 4, and we have this position which came from a Sicilian defense, and this game may end up being very exciting. It looks like opposite side castling. Yeah, typical Sicilian with long castle for white that, you know, will feature, I think, very likely attacks from both sides. So yeah, this will be interesting to watch. Livio Dita Nisipeanu on board number 5 is in what looks like a queen's gambit, where c takes d5, e takes d5 happened, and white may start building some pressure on the c file, but black will have c5 at any point. I don't know. Feels pretty balanced. Black has the bishop pair, pretty balanced and imbalanced at the same time. I mean, balanced but asymmetrical. We have some strong names in the database with the black side. We have Eduardo Iturrizaga, had this position as black. Arjun Erigaisi had this as black a few years ago. Interesting. According to the database, G6 and H6 are the popular moves here. I mean, obviously, H7 is under attack, so black will do one of those two moves. I don't expect H5, which would be the only other move that makes sense. I don't expect it. It would be a novelty, though. Okay, so that's what's going on the top 5 boards. Maybe it's time we go back to Tihon's game, see if we have any updates there, and we do. The bishop came to e6 after e4, which looks good. Developing move. Why not? There's one reason I see to start with the move. You know, we've mentioned a lot of developing moves like 96, 97, bishop d7. Okay, and bishop c4 was played. Let me show this one reason to start with the move bishop e6, and that would be that you can meet now bishop b5 check with the move 97, and the bishop is out. You didn't block it with your knight. So I guess that would make sense. The reason you want the knight on d7, not on c6, is that if white ever takes, you don't have to ruin your pawn structure more. You can take with the queen. Well, not there actually. You would have, if bishop takes happens immediately, you cannot take with the queen because you hand the queen to the fork, but you can take with the bishop. Okay, and yeah, after 97 actually. Chet, thanks for the follow. After 97, actually, black would be threatening queen a5, capturing the bishop, so white would need to move the bishop again or defend it, and then the check wouldn't be that great. So anyway, bishop c4 was played, and again, I think both sides are. Oh, sorry. Both sides are doing normal developing moves on this stage of the game, but that's great news for black because again, black has two advantages already. Black's a pawn up, black has the bishop pair, and just with normal developing moves that make sense and coordinate well, like d6, bishop e6, the last moves by black, black is getting a super comfortable edge, I would say. Now Tihon is spending time. You can tell now his clock is down compared to the opponent. In the opening, I think the opponent was using more time, but now on the last couple of moves, Tihon spent quite a few minutes, or actually, the biggest thought was for d4. That's interesting because to me it was. I would have blitzed out that move. Yeah, it's good that he calculated. All right. So we're here, and I think what can we say about this position? Probably a6. Probably a6 is a good move. Not saying it's the only move by any means. Even knight c6 makes sense now that the bishop didn't go, that the bishop came to c4, because then bishop b5 hangs the bishop, so bishop b5 no longer possible. So maybe it's just a good moment to develop the knight to its most natural square, and then we're ready to play, I don't know, queen a5 check and long castle. Always need to keep an eye on f6. And I think the reason white played bishop c4 is because probably bishop takes d5 was a concern, because then if you have to take with a pawn, then that pawn is going to be weak forever. It can be surrounded and captured, and all sorts of bad things. However, bishop takes is still, I think, one of black's ideas eventually, because that would give us, for example, the e7 square for the queen. That would relief the problem on f6, so we could freely move the queen. So bishop takes d5, I think it's definitely one idea at some point, but here I expect black to just keep developing. Again, knight c7, sorry, knight c6 makes a lot of sense. a6 hinting at b5 also makes a lot of sense. A6, I guess, would be answered with a4 to prevent b5, and we would, I guess, the players would need to consider whether that's good or bad for either side. Anyway, Tihon played knight c6. As I said, that was one of the most natural moves in the position, and now it's white to move. Um, and white, one of the questions white needs to solve is where to castle. Do you want to castle short and be ready to get some fire on the G file, or do you want to, let's say, move the queen out to be, try and castle long? But the main problem, again, the reason why this is so pleasant for black is white is not creating any threats here. White is just trying to develop, and black is up a pawn and bishop pair. It's like you're trying to solve the development a bit too late. Like you should have been worried about development before you gave away a pawn and the bishop pair, right? Now it's like you're fighting to develop so that you can develop into a position where you're a pawn down and you gave away the bishop pair. It's looking very pleasant for black, and as black is doing very natural moves, d6, bishop e6, knight c6 now, I feel like white is going to get out of the opening on really on the back foot here. The only, okay, maybe not hope, but the only claim that white can have in this position is, I think, this pressure on f6 that makes for black, for example, difficult to castle long without, for example, giving with bishop e7 or something like that, giving away the bishop pair. But okay, bishop g7 is probably not a very great move coordination wise, but it may be one way to do it. Just bishop g7, then you can move the queen somewhere. White castled short. Oh my god. I wouldn't have guessed that. I wouldn't have guessed that. It's asking for an attack to happen. I'm not saying rook g8 is the move here, because it's maybe not the move. Again, due to the stuff on on f6, if you're gonna have to continue with bishop g7, then rook g8 not. But it's definitely a move, rook g8, and yeah, oof. Also h5, h4, like I don't know. It's looking really dangerous for white. So f5 is still there, by the way. f5 is still there. Maybe not now, because opening the e-file now wouldn't make much sense after white castle. What will black do here? Well, again, a6 makes sense. Bishop g7 very calmly also makes sense, to then move the queen, castle long, and so on, and slowly build a very, very pleasant position. That would make sense, although it's not the most aggressive move. I understand, but I think as black you either want to take on d5 or not. So there are like mainly two roads. You take on d5, then the problem on f6 is solved, then your pieces can come to life soon with no problems, right? Like then you can play queen e7, then you can long castle. So that's one big road, and the other big road is, no, I don't want to give you my bishop pair. I want to keep this bishop, amongst other things, because I want it to attack. Let's say rook g8, then bishop h3 in the future, or bishop g4. So the way of preserving this and not playing bishop takes d5, I think, is to slow play it with something like bishop g7. Let's protect f6. Then I can move the queen, queen d7. Then I can castle long. The problem with that slow approach is that whenever you play slow, your opponent can do things, right? So let's say bishop g7, queen d2 to f4 could be a problem or something annoying. So yeah, slow playing is ambitious because you want it all and you may get all, but at the same time you give more chances to your opponent, so you need to be sure and calculate them all. Alternatively, you can go for something concrete. As I said, bishop takes d5 is very concrete. It's very concrete what you win. In this case, squares, release the pressure on f6, so you give freedom to the rest of your pieces that can very quickly find squares. But it's also clear what you give away. You give away that light square bishop, and you would enter a position where neither side has the bishop pair anymore. Hello, Tom. And also, very importantly, it would be opposite color bishops, which actually is not that bad for black, given black has space, black has prospects for an attack now with the g file open, and black has the extra pawn. Why not? The extra pawn wouldn't be that important, but whenever you have opposite color bishops and space and prospects for an attack, well, that's good. That's good because opposite color bishops with heavy pieces on the board, uh, it's calling for active play and especially attacking play if you can. So definitely bishop takes d5 is not, I think, is not a strategical mistake, and it would be one way to give more freedom for black's pieces fast. So yeah, very interesting moment. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Hey guys, sorry about that. Yeah, I may need to go. I don't know exactly yet, so I don't know if I'm gonna be able to cover the whole game. Just so you know, but for now I'll continue. Um, yeah, Tihon's thinking anyway. Again, I think there, to my eyes, there are two major rows here. Is whether we want to take on d5 or not, as I said. Um, that would be more concrete, but give away the bishop pair and some stuff. On the other hand, it would have some benefits, and the other path is, well, try to preserve that bishop and slow play. Let's say defend f6 in some way. Even bishop e7. It's another major road probably because you give white another chance, like knight takes e7. a6, a4 inserted. We talked about it earlier. Now the rook is defended on a8, so now b5 at some point makes sense. It didn't when the bishop was back there, when we in the night when we mentioned a6 for the first time. And now it makes more sense, although b5 is giving away a pawn, obviously. Um, but definitely a move. And let's not forget about knight a5, which may actually have been the reason for a6. Is now knight a5 is possible, and it can't be answered with bishop b5 check. So now knight a5 should be answered with bishop a2. And yeah, I wonder if knight a5 is going to be played now, and also that gives the chance to continue with c4 maybe, and then in the future b5. So actually, yeah, this knight a5 looks very interesting, and also it coordinates very well with the previous moves, right? Previous moves by black were knight c6 and a6. Hey, Manus Purs. What happened? I don't know where you left, but let me do a summary from when e4 happened. I think we were talking about this last time I saw you in chat. And Tihon just made developing move, which looked very nice. Again, if black just develops, black has extra pawn, bishop pair, very pleasant. You just develop, and white still trying to solve development himself. So bishop e6 very nice, because now if bishop b5 check, you can answer with knight e7, and the bishop is not blocked, and now this bishop has to move again because queen a5 check is to move, to be defended or something. So bishop e5 would be not that great. White played bishop c4. I think white was maybe a bit concerned about this bishop takes d5. And here I like what Tihon did, just knight c6, because if bishop e5 now, that hangs the bishop. So now the knight can go to c6, no problem. And now after castle, which seems crazy risky to me, like it's getting ready to be attacked. I was mentioning that I see two major ways to play as black here. So before I go into what happened in the game with a6, a4, I was mentioning black has like two major roads here. You either give away the bishop pair on d5 or not. And the reason I'm saying that is because for in order to get the obvious next strategical goal, which would be for black, I think, to castle, bring the queen somewhere useful, right? The queen's on the a now, and maybe to castle long, maybe to start building an attack or something. You need to solve the problem that this knight is attacking f6, right? So what I was saying is, okay, if we give away the bishop pair on d5, we solve the problem. So that would be a concrete solution. That would be we give something, but we get something. Now, after that, you can play queen e7 if you want, or you can go for long castle. Or, pieces suddenly have squares because there's no longer that annoyance of that knight on d5. But obviously, you give the light square bishop, then you have opposite color bishops, which is still good for black because black now has prospects to attack. And I was talking about that. I felt like it would be much more ambitious, and probably what black will do is to not take on d5. Now, if you don't take on d5, then you need to play around this problem of knight takes f6. You can't move the queen right now, for example. So that's annoying. And I was mentioning one way to do it would be just slow playing, like for example bishop g7, which is not the most aggressive. It's in the way of the rook if you want the rook on the g file, and it's a very slow move, but it defends f6, so you can maneuver. You can play queen d7, long castle. You can maneuver around once you defend at f6, right? So yeah, slow play, but slow play gives chances to your opponent. So slow play, I think, needs to be calculated well because, for example, queen d2 could be annoying. Um, so yeah, you need to be sure before you do that, something like that. There's some tactics involved at some point, like this idea of queen d2 to f4 may be good or maybe bad because of f5. Once you have f6 covered with the bishop, I don't know, tactics start to happen, and you need to calculate. But yeah, slow play always has the risk of missing something that your opponent has because you give more chances, but at the same time it's more ambitious because you want to get it all. You want to get your strategical goals solved without giving away, for example, in this case, your bishop pair, which is one of the assets black has. Anyway, I like the insertion of a6 threatening b5 and now a4 because in my eyes, even though black is thinking here, the reason he wants this is to play knight a5 now. And give me a second, guys. Sorry about that. Again, I may not be able to cover the whole game, but I'll keep going for now. Black wants long castle in the future or no castle at all? Yes, answer is yes. Exactly. Black wants long castle in the future or no castle at all. Yeah. Yeah, black right now it's keeping the queen on d8 because they have to. And a6 rook g8 is black is keeping the flexibility, right? So 95 is there, which let me go back here. 95, if the bishop wants to keep d5 defended, which I'm no longer sure it wants, but maybe it wants, probably it wants, then you have to go to a2. And then, for example, c4 is possible, except it's not. But c4 is an idea at some point, even b5. And okay, maybe black will never castle. The question is, sometimes you over push when you feel you have an advantage. Black has an extra pawn and the bishop pair, but there's no need to go crazy, right? So knight 5 interesting, but maybe it's not the biggest thing if you really, if following up with b5 is super risky and you can't really play c4, then whose piece is better? Which piece is better? The bishop on a2, which is still controlling the same thing it was, or the knight on a5, which is now on the rim and probably its best prospect is to go back where it was. So yeah, but that idea is there. at some point it's going to be there, and it's a way to prepare b5, for example. b5 now would hang a pawn. Knight a5, b5 would be possible. But rook g8 is Tihon is very nicely playing in both sides of the board. Now this one makes it clear that we're never going to hang knight f6. Like, now it's going to be even more dangerous. So I think black is ready to, if necessary, take on d5, and if not necessary, then not. Like, again, we can slow play with bishop g7 at any point, and but this knight is never going to disappear from there unless we take it. But yeah, I guess you can slow play with bishop g7, knight e7, try to trade the knight for a knight, not for a bishop. Anyway, white under some fire there. Bishop h3 is going to be a threat, or it is a threat maybe. And yeah, white needs to do something. I don't think you can allow bishop h3 right now. You would lose an exchange. Oh no, well, you have 91, I guess. Yeah, I guess bishop h3 is not the biggest threat ever, but you know, something's building already. And sorry, excuse me. And let's not forget about the f5 idea, which eventually may help bring the queen to the attack too. Not right now with the knight on f3, but eventually it may be. And it also can coordinate with knight e5, trying to remove this defender. Yeah, that's another good thing about a6 is now there's no bishop e5. We can jump at e5 at any moment. In fact, I'm thinking 95 may be the most powerful idea black is threatening here, right? Because knight 5 will hit this bishop and the knight, and knight 5 takes. If you take with the f pawn, and also the knight disappear from f3, suddenly the queen has not only g5 but also h4, and yeah, that's looking. And as long as the queen, so let's do a stupid move as white. It's hard to make a stupid move, but let's make a5. Let's put this on the board. And now, of course, you can move the bishop and allow knight takes f3, and I would still like that for black. But if you take, then suddenly the queen is coming. The queen from any square it goes to will still keep an eye on f6, so black would be ready to castle long. And the only concern is that whenever you bring the queen, there's going to be knight c7. But if you bring it with a checkmate threat, then there's not going to be knight c7. There's going to be time to castle. So yeah, white will need something very concrete here. Maybe f4, I don't know. But if we do yet another stupid move with white, then suddenly this is like over. Like, there's no time for knight c7 here, because then you lose the knight to save the mate. Although knight takes e6, maybe king d7, bishop e6, f6. Yeah, you lose the knight. This is the dream. Although I'm not saying long castle is the best move there, but this kind of position is a dream. Obviously, I played a couple of stupid moves as white. But yeah, knight e5 I think is one of the strongest threats that black has at this point to remove this defender, and also be able to bring the queen in. And again, the queen can come in with a move such as f takes e5, but it can also come in with a move such as f5 at some point. The queen, for now, stuck on d8 to keep an eye on f6, but very soon, or very soon, it has the potential to come to the attack. And obviously, the reason why knight e5 I think is strong is to try and remove this knight, so the queen can actually come into one of those squares. So yeah, interesting, dangerous for white. White seems to have some weaknesses on light squares, which is funny because white has a light square bishop, and if you manage to hold those weaknesses on light squares, then you're going to have a lot of weaknesses on the dark squares, and you don't have a dark square bishop. So yeah, it's funny. It's funny the way the light square bishop is completely away from this side of the board and not helping in defending g2, for example, or h3. Again, pleasant position for black. I like how Tihon played very normal developing moves and a6 rook g8, very flexible about getting his pieces ready without going crazy. Maybe rook e1 now. Rook e1 makes a lot of sense. It supports the center, can bring the bishop to f1 if necessary. I don't think bishop h3 is the main idea for black, but it's something you need to keep an eye on as white. Yeah, rook e1 makes a lot of sense. Let's put it on the board. This is analysis. And let's say Tihon goes for this knight 5 idea, which my eyes feels one of the strongest ideas you can go for. And now this bishop may go back to f1, let's say, to try and defend, back to e2, back to a2, which I don't believe, or you can trade on e5, which seems very dangerous. So let's say if we're conservative as white, although white has been very risky so far, let's say you go bishop f1, then bishop g4 may be annoying. Yeah, right. So and then you rectify, then you play bishop e2 next. Yeah, so maybe you take, or you play bishop e2 directly. Let's not forget about f5. Once the bishop stops defending the knight, f5 is stronger because this pawn is defending the knight. You can't take here, you hand the knight. So yeah, as soon as the bishop goes away from defending the knight, like bishop e2, bishop f1, then f5 is a powerful idea. So yeah, it's getting tricky for white. Okay, let's refresh. I think they're still thinking after rook g8. Yep. And let's see what they're doing on the top boards. Finally, this position, there are no games in the database already. We've seen it after, we've left it somewhere here. Yeah, after bishop d7, that's where we left. And after those trades, 8 takes. There was one game in the database with rook c8, but Korbov went for queen d7. And okay, we have, yeah, this came from the Tarrasch defense. Oh, they're repeating moves now. Oh, look at that. They just repeated moves. This may be a draw. This may end up in a draw right now, which could be a great result, I guess, for Jean-Christian Schruda. And I mean, Korbov with 6 out of 7, playing black. Yeah, they repeated. Hey, John. Good morning. I'm not playing against Korbov. So Korbov made a draw already. We have another draw on board number 2. So both top players, Anton Korbov and Altai Safarli, drawing their games as black. And that means this was not a repetition. So, ooh, this one looked like black was doing really great, but I guess a draw was offered and taken. So they're both doing well. They both go into the last round with 6.5 points. Both, I mean, Korbov and Safarli, and waiting for any of these 3 other players, Anton Demchenko, Daniele Vocaturo, and Nisi Peanu, who are playing white, the 3 of them, but they're all half a point behind. So after these draws, they're 1 point behind. So yeah, if any of them wins, we'll probably have black against one of these 2 guys in the last round. Yeah, Sarkisian is not there. I saw he was supposed to be there, but he's not. So yeah, I don't know. Well, that happens. You have some players agreed time before the tournament, and then things happen. Life happens, and whatever reason he's not there. Um, he was in the previous tournament that Tihon played. So yeah, that's anyway. Demchenko on this position. Um, which hard to assess. There's a knight versus bishop situation. Mm, I like white. White has big, strong center and pressure here. I think this one came from that Rui Lopez, um, where white traded on c6 after d6 was played in a position where usually black plays a6. So d6 was played, bishop takes c6. So this came from an exchange Rui Lopez by transposition. Tihon played this tourney before, right? I thought I have seen this playing room before. Oh, I don't know, really. I guess Karmar could answer that, but Karmar turned, I think, the phone off to save battery. Okay. There is footage of fans cheering for the national team in Qatar right now, like Argentina, Brazil, and England, but for some reason they all look Indian. I don't know. I know many people are not going to Qatar to root for the teams because, Qatar. Um, Anywho, this is Demchenko's position. Let's see if he tries to push for a win here. It looks, for now, it looks kind of pleasant for white. Daniele Vocaturo with a sharp Sicilian, but they traded queens, so maybe not so sharp anymore. Let's see what happened after queen takes d4. We left after e5, I think. Yeah. And what happened was queen d3, bishop there, f3, bishop g5, preparing g4 someday, and now the queen trade. You'd never want to take on a2 and get your bishop trapped with b3, although there's some Petrov lines where you afford to do that, and I wouldn't be surprised if the engine can get away with that. b3, a5, king b2, a4, and suddenly it reminds me of some theoretical lines in the Petrov where you give your piece, but then that king is in trouble. But rook d8 more normal, g3. This is the current position. Still very sharp. Um, hard to assess. It's going to be an endgame. It's no longer going to be both sides attacking each other, I think. But interesting. Nisipeanu in this. Ooh, black sacrificed h7. Look at that. So in this position after bishop d3, we were discussing the database suggests g6 or h6. Normal, right? And we said, okay, the other move that makes sense, but I don't expect it, is h5. But he played c5. What? Giving away that pawn for a tempo? Well, not even for a tempo, but one would expect this bishop to go out now. That's what I meant for a tempo. That now you would go away with the bishop, and then black can take on d4 or something. But why just play h4? It's like, what do you mean? If you play g6, I'll just sack my piece for two more pawns. I already took one. If you play g6 now, I'm gonna. Or you know what? I don't think he's gonna play bishop takes g6. I think he's gonna meet g6 with h5. I think that. I really think that. It's like, come on, you cannot take my bishop. Yeah. Now this is looking really, really dangerous for black. And let's not forget another main point of putting the move h4 in is you're gonna play knight g5, or you can play knight g5. You don't really want to take it because the h file gets open, rook, and so on. But then if knight g5 is on the board, then bishop g8 threatens mate on h7. Very hard to stop. Both the bishop and the knight controlling h7. So you have to play g6. Then you can take on f7. You know what I mean? Yeah, like knight g5 is a very strong continuation now. If nothing happens, And also if g6, I think h5 is the idea. H6, I wouldn't be g6. Sorry, I wouldn't be surprised if bishop takes g6 just wins, and it's very strong, and maybe that's what Nisipeanu does. But I'm thinking h5 is also very interesting because you cannot really take, like, this is double check. You have to go here, and now let's say check, 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 and I don't know. Maybe you survive this knight g5. I'm thinking, yeah, knight g5 first, let's say. And you know what the main threat is? The main threat is not queen takes f7 mate. Well, that's a threat, but that's the easy one to stop. The one that's not so easy to stop is rook h8 check, followed by queen h7 mate. Yeah, that's not so easy to stop. So you can defend f7, you can, but but rook h8 queen h7 mate is so strong that I believe you have to take on g5 here. But okay, this is just one line, and maybe I don't know, maybe this wasn't as good because maybe we gave a lot of stuff for the to get that queen, but at the same time maybe we're checkmating anyway after, let's say, we bring the other rook. So that would be a fun line. Not necessary. Some of these moves were not necessary, but yeah, h5 would be funny. H5 would be funny, and I suppose bishop takes is also very strong attack because still knight g5 coming and so on. What if you play knight g5 here instead of h5 or bishop takes? I imagine this is also playable. Like if you take twice here, then check, and I don't know. Yeah, looking very scary for black. Do you know something called Attack of the Pig? It's more like a funny opening. No, I don't think I know that. C takes d4 was played here. What? Black is not concerned at all. What if bishop g8? What if knight g5? Bishop g8, g6. This game is crazy, yeah. What if... So many ideas here. The most forcing, in my eyes, is bishop g8. Probably the most powerful is knight g5. But yeah, there's also queen f5, by the way. Queen f5 is also there. What I don't really want to do is move this knight or take on d4, right? What we want is to kill. So what is bishop g8 with a threat? I suppose g6 is the answer. But if you take with other piece on g8, then knight g5 threatens mate. Maybe there's still g6 there. Yeah, I mean, this would be like the dream, but it's not going to happen. Always there's going to be some g6. And not so obvious, yeah. So I messed that up, I think, with bishop g8. But knight g5, threatening bishop g8, something like this. Take or take? I don't know. King g7, queen takes g6. So I don't know. What is this? Okay, the mate on h6 or h5 will be defended, right? So we probably don't want to allow pawn takes a1. Okay, maybe I went too crazy there with knight g5. Yeah, this game is crazy. Okay, I think white is still thinking after that. Nisipeanu is still thinking. He will find the best. Yeah, so he took back. So black has now checks. And I don't know, we'll see. Very interesting game. Anyway, let's go to Tihon. I think we're gonna follow these two games, if I can follow any game at all. Let's see what's happening on Tihon's board. King h1 was played. No, that's normal, let's say. And now rook g4 by Tihon, saying Okay. How are you gonna defend that? Rook g4, that's a funky move. Funky move. It's still subject to forks on f6, so but it's clearly threatening that. And again, let's remember that any bishop move from defending this knight, let's put it on the board, may potentially be answered by f5. Let's remember that, because now taking the pawn hangs the knight, and or also even with bishop takes knight eventually directly. So white has to take with the pawn instead of the bishop. So very interesting. Let's say you play rook e1 instead. Or let's say you don't believe it. Could also play queen d2. The e4 pawn is hanging. What do you mean queen d2? Ah, queen e2? Is that your idea, queen e2? Oh, you don't care about the pawn. I would care about the pawn. Yeah, I think he will care about the pawn. But I was thinking, what if we give the pawn so that this rook is in a bad position? The problem is you can't play bishop d3. It would be ideal to play bishop d3 and say, aha, I have all the squares covered, that rook is trapped. The problem is here bishop takes just defends the rook. Although, yeah, this is super fine for black. So, but yeah, h3 takes, and now try something against this rook. The problem is you can't try anything against this rook. If knight d2, the rook has h4. If queen d3, well, you can defend it. This is not going to be enough for white. Why h3? Well, I wanted to trap the rook, remove the g4 square. As I said, this seems like something to calculate because the rook has no squares to go to from this point. The problem is we can't really target it. So the idea of h3 was to try and trap the rook on e4. It's just not working. So I guess rook e1 makes sense. I would imagine rook e1 makes sense. And then maybe later h3. There's still this knight 5 idea, which I think may be inserted at some point. Maybe now. And point is bishop e2 hangs e4 now. So yeah, now it's like you almost have to take. But yeah, I don't know. That queen is coming already. And the dark squares also. Oof. Okay, very interesting. Queen d2, sack the pawn, and then rook e1. Queen d2, sack the pawn, and then rook e1. Queen d2, black takes, and then some rook to e1. Don't believe it. f5. Don't really believe it. Yeah. Doesn't look good for white. Okay, let's refresh. I think white is still thinking after rook g4, and I'm gonna do a break here, and I made this far without looking to the engine. Nice, well done. Okay, I'll be back in a couple minutes, but I'll leave the position on the board. So instead of going to the be right back screen, I'm gonna just mute myself, and yeah, I'll be back. Hey guys. Um, so some moves happened. Okay, I'll be here and there. I may just stop the stream. I'm doing. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let's focus on the moves. I don't like what just happened. So let's go back to Rook G4. That's where we left. Now Queen E2 happened. Makes sense, right? Defending the pawn. Rook G4 was a bit of a weird move, right? But it looked very interesting. And now after Bishop H6, Black has a lot of activity, which is nice. I still believe in that 95 idea. I still believe in Bishop takes D5. But after H3, I saw Tihon play D3, which I don't understand why. And it took only less than 2 minutes to play D3. D3 is such a weird move unless you get something out of it. And I don't know what Black gets out of it. So, yeah, I don't know. Giving away the extra pawn. I don't know why. D3. I don't understand the move. and white took, and yeah, Tihan had to go away with the rook. So why not going away with the rook in this position? Um, I'm struggling to understand. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It's um, I was thinking what it's rook takes to his idea. I was thinking this is this kind of thing what he wants to do, and suddenly have an attack. If you were already castle long and you had rook g8 next, maybe this could have been very very dangerous, right, for that king. But I feel like this is very slow. Like this can't be it. We're not gonna sacrifice all of this if we don't have a checkmate. So I was thinking if rook takes g2 was the plan, but it did not happen anyway. So I guess that wasn't the plan. But yeah, d3. I mean, it's obviously you're a pawn up. You can give it back at any point. That's fine. You think this guy was prepared all the way? No, no, no way you prepare this position. No way. And I'm pretty sure rook g4, rook g8 already. I'm pretty sure there were many moves here. G takes f6. I think many moves that have happened in this game, you don't prepare them. I feel you prepare queen takes f6. If at all you prepare this, which again seemed like a very weird opening choice by white. And then yeah, no, there's no way you prepare this. All very normal up to this point. Maybe rook g4 was a bit offbeat. I mean, not normal. But yeah, d3, I struggle to understand it. Because I see what white gets. White got the pawn back, but white also got the open file, the semi-open file. Now d6 is going to be a target. Because he did play most of the engine moves and very fast. Well, he's got 32 minutes on the clock. They start with hour and a half and they have increments, so yeah, definitely not. If he was prepared all the way, he would be over an hour on the clock right now. close to the starting time. No, no, no. And most of the engine moves, I don't know because I'm not checking with the engine. But I think most of the moves from both sides were normal. I didn't see anything strange. The first moves, well, then yes. I mean, if he plays engine moves at this point, yeah, maybe yes, he was prepared. Maybe he prepared g takes f6, and maybe knight d5 is the engine move. I think it's very weird to play like that, but maybe it is. Okay, I give you that. So yeah, maybe he prepared some, but um, so up to this point, I liked black a lot. Now this rook g4 caught me a bit off guard. I'm not sure whether it's a good inclusion or not. A4 too. Well, A4 was necessary, Manus Purs. A4, any human would play A4 against A6. That's like the only move. Like, black is playing B5, and you can never go bishop B3 if you don't push this pawn. So it's either A3 or A4, and A4 is the one that stops B5. So okay, that one is not a. You don't need to prepare that. That's obvious. Um, King H1 is also very normal. I would also play King H1. And then Queen E2 is also very like White's moves are being very natural, and D3. Yeah, I don't understand D3 and Queen C3 now. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so I guess now it's the moment to go. Wow, King F8. I was thinking it was the moment to go 95. King F8. He's giving away F6. What is King F8? So if Queen takes F6, is the idea Bishop takes D5? Wow, it's well, the c4 bishop hangs in the end. Yeah. So okay, I understand King F8 now. Yeah. Okay. So the point is, if Queen takes F6, you just take Queen. You just trade queens. Now Knight takes F6 would be check with the king on E8. That would be a problem. But now Knight takes would just hand the bishop on C4. So King F8 effectively it defends F6 tactically. But yeah, it's been a weird game. That is true. Thankfully, in these tactical complications, I believe in Tihon's possibilities. Also, 95 is still on the agenda, I think, and Black may have given the pawn back, and Black may have played a few weird moves, but at least you're keeping the bishop pair, you're keeping the rook on the G file, um, and eventually there are a lot of tactical options for black. Now that the king is not on e8, knight takes f6 may not be a problem tactically, so you may start considering moves such as queen c8 or bishop takes h3 followed by queen c8 or queen d7. And yeah, probably you take first or on g2, also sacrifices on g2. Like many ideas are starting to build in the position, and white needs to be careful. It would be cool if white blunder in time travel. No, I think the position is really dangerous for both sides. Um, which is good if you want to win as black, I guess, and if you're the stronger player. But I like to win in a different fashion, and I've seen Tihon winning in a different fashion lately. Like he's been very solid, but this game is not being solid. This game is just getting crazy and sharp. And okay, I still believe in his possibilities, of course, but I'm a bit concerned. it would be really unfortunate if after so many great results against title strong players, now his first loss is against a 2000 guy. Uh, I don't think that's going to happen, but I'm saying this is a very dangerous position for both sides. Good morning, Cross Online. How are you doing? Good to see you. So King F8, defense F6 tactically because of the bishop hanging on C4. That means if white now went to take this, which seems interesting, right? You hit the bishop, you sort of force the queen trade, but queen takes, knight takes, and this bishop hangs. And the reason is the king is not on e8, so this is knight takes f6 was not a check. So very interesting. Let's have a quick look. Let me refresh the game just to make sure there's still, white's still thinking after king f8. It surprised me. The move surprised me because I thought 95 was very natural. I think 95 is a move you want to do as black. In this game, for a long time, I've mentioned this move to remove this defender, and also f takes c gives this path for the queen to enter the attack. So I feel like 95 is a move you want to do as black eventually, and I thought the moment they attack your f6 pawn, it was very natural to go 95, but Tihon surprising us with king f8, and at least king f8 gives a bit more freedom to the queen, because we were always worried about knight takes f6. Now we may consider to give up that as a sacrifice, like we may consider moving the queen somewhere. We need to keep an eye on knight b6, but again, connected to bishop h3 first, maybe those queen moves can be powerful. So sharp stuff is starting to happen there. Let's have a look at the top boards. As we saw earlier, Korobov and Safarli both drew their games as black. And let's see how Demchenko, Vokatura, and Nisipiano are doing. Demchenko in this position where knight 5 is on the board, putting pressure on b7. The last move by black was removing the defender of that pawn. So maybe black can hint at a repetition with rook back to b8. Still, as I said earlier, I like white's position. It seems very healthy, but by no means, I don't think by any means white can claim an advantage here. It's, a4 is weak. It can be targeted. Also, f2 can be targeted. In fact, after knight f5 is queen a2 a move. That could be interesting. Maybe queen a2, you go rook d. Oops, sorry. Maybe queen a2, you go rook d2, queen takes a4, knight takes b7, or maybe the knight is trapped on b7. Yeah, it seems trapped to me. So I wonder if queen a2 was played. King f8 by Tihon was the engine move. Nice. That's cool. Daniele Vocaturo, with this, let's call it endgame, which seems incredibly drawish, or many chances to be drawn, but I have to say I've won many positions like this, and I've seen many. Okay, me winning is not impressive because, of course, I play against people of my level, which is not a very great level, but many strong grandmasters also I've seen winning these opposite color bishops, but with rooks, where one side suddenly can get very active. And in this case, I think white has some prospects to being active. Arguably, this king is not as good as this one, but that's very arguable. Whenever this bishop moves, rook d2 will come, so the king is not going to be super safe on e2 either. So These are always sharp, very interesting, but for now black has the worst pawn structure. There's some chances that white will generate a pass pawn on the h-file. We'll see, but interesting stuff. Probably a draw, probably, but many things can happen. Like after king e2, we're ready to move the c pawn, for example, c4. There's a majority here. Something can happen. The rook on e4 is not great, but it was on e1 on the previous move. Okay, so that was the last move. So the rook is trying to get active, and that's what you should do in these positions. Try to get active. Now that the bishop is gone from this diagonal, the danger of rook d2 is no longer there, so I guess king e2 makes a lot of sense. Then the bishop can move for the rook. Very interesting. h5 is weak. It will be an incredible capture to aim for. Yeah, I don't know. I would pick white here, but at the same time I understand this is probably very drawish. Nisi Piano. And of course if rooks get traded, it's an immediate draw. Nisi Piano. Oh, this was the crazy game. Knight c6 was played there. This is where we left. Long castle. And queen b1. Wow. This queen is preventing knight g5, I think, which was one of our main ideas to attack here. And maybe you have to play g3 now, because queen f4 is it seems pretty annoying. It would force rook d2 most likely, and then some rook can come to the c file, and then d4 is hanging, or not, or I don't know, or looks dangerous for both sides. It's funny. We thought black was in trouble, but I think both are in trouble. Okay, back to Tihon. Here. White still thinking after king f8. And okay, clocks are more or less equal. Position looks, if I had to bet, I would say it's good for white, because, you know, white got the pawn back. And I think white has maybe more harmony. I don't know, it's hard to bet, but if any, I would bet white is better. But in practical terms, I like black's possibilities here. Rook d1 seems like a pretty sensible move. But again, practically speaking, once you step out of the checks on f6 with a knight, white needs to be always careful about all the sacrifices on h3, on g2, and also of the ideas of with 95. Yeah. White was +4 at some point, now it's better, but less than that. +4? What do you mean in this game? White was +4? I don't believe that. I don't believe white was +4 in this game. Nah, I don't believe that. I thought black was doing fine all the time. No, I don't believe that. I don't believe you. Like, if you tell me +2, already hard to believe. If you tell me +1, I believe it for sure. If you tell me +2, I'm having trouble to believe it. But +4, I can't believe it. I don't believe +4. Then maybe if there was a +4 moment, then we missed something. Because +4 is more than a piece. If there was a +4 moment in this game, it's +2.5 now. That I can believe, yeah. I mean, I can believe white is better, but +2.5 maybe seems like too much to me. Anyway, a5, very reasonable move. And I feel like black needs to do something. Again, I'm going to keep insisting with this knight e5 idea and f5. I keep insisting on these two ideas all the time. Um, what else? Well, a5 prevents b5, so that was a nice move by white. Hmm. Yeah, I would still want to look for 95. Seems such a natural move to do. 2.5, that sounds like a lot. 2.9. Well, I don't understand why, but maybe I'm missing something. You know, one funny point of a5 is if black does nothing, white could follow up with rook a4, and by defending the bishop in that funky way, because you can defend it in some other ways, but that may be actually a very good way to defend it. Then you're ready to take on f6. If you defend the bishop on c4, then you're threatening f6. Again, knight e5, f5, all those moves that deal with the threat on f6. Yeah. Stop spamming that, please. I don't. I feel it hard to believe that that almost +3 evaluation, because it doesn't feel like a piece down. It just feels like maybe white actually held, because it seemed like a very risky opening for white. But it seemed like, okay, maybe white is healthy, but +3, nah, it's really hard to believe. Really hard to believe. It is true that for black black has only one pawn break. That's why I keep insisting on it. Now that a5 has been played, b5, white would just take en passant. And yeah, it is true that if not for f5, black would have no way to break, and that means that white could keep improving the pieces, because right now some of them are not doing much, and that gives better prospects for white than for black, because it's hard to imagine how that rook will enter the game, for example. Again, I would have gone for bishop takes d5 earlier to solve the immediate problems and give life to the pieces, but black decided to not do that, and now he's being consistent about it. He's trying not to do that, so it's like a long time bet. You're betting that on the long time, your bishop pair will be better, will be good. But right now, in the short time, we're still trying to manage this problem with that knight on d5. So we'll see. Again, to me, it feels very dangerous for both sides. I don't feel it like a +3 kind of situation. I can see some pieces are a bit weird, especially the bishop on h6 can be hit. So like right now, what concerns me is a move like rook a4 or b3 or something that defends the bishop. That would concern me a lot, because if white manages to capture on f6 with tempo on the bishop, that would be disgusting. And also d6 and b7 are weak backward pawns. So I can see some good things to claim an advantage for white. And I can see also some interesting plans for white to improve their pieces. I can see that. But I don't think any of that is forced. I don't think black is tied. I think the game is pretty open at this point. if I had to bet, I would go with +1 or +1 point something. It would be really hard for me to guess +3, and I hope the players are not guessing +3 either. My English, my English improved, really. Okay, I'll take that. Thank you for that. Um, I can't see it. I don't know. Yeah, I hope the players can't guess +3 here. I mean, the if I guess +1, maybe the players guess something similar, like +1 or +1.5. And my point is, I hope Tihon doesn't think he's completely lost, because that would make him, I guess, more desperate, maybe, or who knows, maybe that gives him the motivation to find the best holding strategy. Finally, my knight 5 move happened on the board, which I like. Um, and yeah, I also hope White doesn't think this is +3, because then that would be an extra of confidence that we don't want. Um, okay, knight 5 on the board. Um, now if knight takes, which seems reasonable, I guess Black's point is to take with the f pawn. That's what we wanted for the whole game, and I think that's what we want now, because otherwise, if we take with the other pawn, we're subject to all sorts of discover attacks. Like if we take with this pawn, which is stupid. So we would do this, right? We take with this pawn, which is stupid. At the very least, this knight can jump to many places. For example, knight f4. At the very least, f4. This also b6, very tempting. But yeah, we would take with this pawn. And again, this seems dangerous for white. Let's not forget black has the bishop pair, and that includes the dark square bishop. And the dark square bishop will attack on the dark squares. So queen h4 and queen g5 would be really tempting, more legit than in the old days. Okay, so I don't think white will take. Let me refresh to make sure white didn't move yet. So what would you do as white? This bishop is maybe a target, and bishop e2 would be logical. There's also knight h4 trying to go to f5, but it feels wrong. For one thing, it allows knight takes e4, although I'm not sure that's what black wants. That's such a strong knight on e5 that we may just want to wait to trade it. But also the knight on h4 going to f5, maybe, I don't know, it feels off. By the way, rook b8, I forgot to mention that. Rook b8 was played here. It was sort of preparing b5, but it has another point that I didn't mention, which is that knight b6 on the board. Exactly. My point was going to be that knight b6 doesn't hit the rook anymore. So in this position, black is more ready to play moves such as queen c8 or queen d7 to target, this sacrifice on h3. Like queen c8 in this position would threaten knight takes, bishop takes, or bishop takes followed by knight takes, so there's no knight h2 later. But knight b6 on the board, it didn't hit the rook, but it did prevent queen d7 or queen c8. And it also offers some traits on c4, and it also offers some sort of repetition with, let's say, queen c7, knight back to d5, and queen back to d8, stuff like that. But it also opens up some pressure against d6, and I don't know, it feels like white is playing pretty well this game. After that strange opening. Um, was it all prep? I don't think it was all prep. I don't think you can prep all of this, and especially when now he's getting into time travel. But definitely did a good job at justifying that opening. Okay, what should black do? Well, first of all, what are the threats? Because is bishop takes e6 a threat? I don't think so. I mean, it sort of fixes our pawn structure a bit, even though it weakens our king. And by our, I mean black's. Um, I feel like knight b6 is more prophylaxis, like, preventing stuff and offering trades than having an actual threat. Um, if knight takes c4, knight takes c4. Okay, never mind. So that happened, knight takes c4, knight takes c4, and bishop f4 on the board, which is very nice way to defend d6. So Tihon insisting here with knight takes c4, insisting on the fact that he believes on his bishop pair. Okay. And bishop f4 defending d6. Very good diagonal for the bishop. Now, would be cool to listen what they say after the game, whatever the result will be. Yeah. Now, if g3, I imagine sacrificing on g3 should be strong because we're getting the 3 pawns, I think, although d6 hangs. But maybe just bishop e5. Oh no, bishop e5 hangs a pawn. Huh. So yeah, g3 g3 has to be considered here. I wonder if white can afford to play g3. I think g3 may be just a very good move here for white. g3, bishop takes c4 maybe. Yeah, g3 a very tempting move here. Also, black has no threat, so you can also slow play here. Let's say rook d3 to double rooks or stuff like that. So yeah, rook d3 tempting if you don't want to go crazy. So one important point is bishop e5 is not playable because knight takes, and after pawn takes, just knight takes because the d6 pawn is pinned. And given that bishop e5 is not playable, g3 makes a lot of sense because the bishop is defending the pawn. If you move it back on this diagonal, then white just takes the pawn. So g3 seems to force either the sacrifice on g3 or the trade on c4, because then you remove one attacker of e5 and you distract the other attacker of e5. So after, let's say, queen takes, you can put the bishop on e5, or if white takes on f4, then you can. This knight was the one attacking d6, so once you remove it, you can just go back with your bishop. So yeah, I feel like g3 forces bishop takes e4, or a sacrifice, bishop takes g3. Is white happy with that? I would be. I would be happy with collecting the bishop pair, honestly. And say play a knight versus bishop for the rest of the game, where the king can go to g2, most likely, and that d6 backward pawn. Yeah, I feel like g3 is a move to consider, definitely. The other move I mentioned, rook d3, also makes sense. That rook would be a very good defender on the third rank, and at the same time a good attacker, with the follow-up of doubling rooks against the weakness on d6. Hey guys, I'm back. Sorry, I'm going off and on. Um, I'm gonna have to do a long break now, like 10 to 20 minutes. But then I'll be back and cover the rest if they're still playing. Hopefully they will. So I'm sorry I'm leaving right now when the time travel is about to happen, but or maybe a repetition will happen. We'll see. No, Queen C6, nice. So let me spend a minute to comment on what just happened. Okay, I won't steal the board from you. I will just mute myself. No, sorry about that, because I have my BRB screen. So I'll just mute myself and leave you with the board. Um, that'll be in a minute. Let's see what happened. Queen D3, targeting D6 even more. Queen D7, hinting at sacrifices on H3. Knight B6, Queen C6, um, and now we're here. Knight may just go back to c4, targeting this again, but now Tihon is ready to support the pawn with the rook. So it was a bit of an interesting moment here. White had the chance to grab it, but there were some tactical complications, right? Because bishop h3, I don't know if you can afford to allow that. So that's why probably he went knight b6. And after queen c6, yeah, if the knight goes back, black is in time to coordinate perfectly and defend everything. So that was a weird moment. I wonder if g3 was playable when I said. Now we're in this position, and I feel like black solved the immediate problems and still keeping the bishop pair, still keeping pressure on the g file. Who knows if this king will end up on e7? White may try to stop it with 95, but otherwise, who knows if this king will move to let this rook pass to g8 for the attack. Even if the knight goes to d5, you can slow move that king out of the way. So definitely black's coordination is still looking dangerous for white, um, regardless of what the engine says. We've been told that the engine likes white a lot, but yeah, I feel this is very dangerous for both sides, and I feel like the immediate problems for that black just had have been solved. Anyway, I have to leave. I'll be back in engine wanted g3. Yes. Not queen d3. Okay. So yeah, I'll be back in like 20 minutes, but I will leave you with the board. Yeah, 95 made more sense, as I just said, than knight c4. It's such a great square for the knight. If you remember, it was there at the beginning of the game, then it went knight b6, knight c4, and now it went back. It's a really, really great square because, um, it bothers this bishop, and at some point, I think black will need to give up the bishop pair for that knight on d5 to, or the other knights, let's say bishop e5 here, but at some point you will want to give the bishop pair just to be able to have active bishops, because otherwise you have to go passive. Anyway, yeah, I'll be back in 20 minutes. I'll leave you with this screen. I'll just mute this so you don't lose the board and you can still see the moves, and I'll be back to comment hopefully the end of the game. Okay, enjoy. Hey guys, I'm back. Uh, it was a number two, John John. It was number three. Hello, Hume. Okay, let's see. A lot of things happened here. No, no, sorry, Hume. I'm not playing today. I'm just covering this tournament. Uh, Very interesting. We have a heavy pieces tournament. Tournament? What? Heavy pieces endgame. Sorry, and and that means all the pieces got traded down, the minor pieces, the knights and bishops. So let me let me go back to where I left and try to see what happened. I left after knight takes c4, bishop f4, and here I was really concerned with the move g3, but queen d3 happened, queen d7, threatening that sacrifice there. So knight b6. Okay, John John, that's good. But let's go quickly over it. 95 and c4. Okay, that looks good. Queen e2, I suppose. No, queen c3. Again, hitting this once again. Bishop e5, defending it. That allows knight takes. F takes normal. F4 rar, and after takes. Okay. Queen f6, which threatens rook e7. Sorry, queen e7. Rook e8. Queen takes f4. And now Tihon takes there. And rook e6, ready to come here. Rook there, rook. The other rook gg6, because of all the pressure on the 6. I wonder if king e7 was a move. No, it wasn't a move, right? Because of rook takes, queen e5 check, maybe. I don't know. Rook gg6, and we're in this position. Obviously, you wanted the other rook there to attack. So white still doing quite okay, I guess, but black also doing quite okay. I guess this is the typical heavy pieces endgame where anything can happen, but we all trust Tihon's calculation skills here. Rook f1, a move that makes sense, but in these endgames you can name a lot of things that make sense. Rook f5, yeah, good. That's a good suggestion, John Jong. That makes also a lot of sense. And I would expect queen e8 or queen d7, maybe queen e8, after a move like rook. Let's say rook f5, queen e8, putting pressure on e4, defending f7 obviously too. But that hangs d6, so rook f5, queen e8, rook takes d6, rook takes e4. You have to be very careful with your calculations in these lines, especially with both kings being a bit exposed, especially black's king, I think. Rook f5, rook e4. Oh yeah, rook f5 hangs e4, but f7 is hanging too. Rook f5, rook e4, rook f7. It looks bad for black, right? Because where do you put your king? It's good. Rook f8 next, and maybe queen f7. Yeah. So yeah, these lines are dangerous. So let's say rook f5. I'm going to put some moves on the board. If rook takes e4, that's dangerous because this seems very dangerous for black's king. It's maybe nothing, and if it's nothing and we survive and suddenly white runs out of checks, like in this line that we just put on the board, then definitely white is also suffering some problems here. Very exciting endgame. Anyway, rook 1 to d4 happened. Rook 1 to d4 I think is over the board. Let me make sure, let me refresh. It's on the board indeed. And yeah, both kings are subject to certain attacks, and all the heavy pieces are on the board. These endgames are extremely tough to play when you're in time trouble. I tell you that from experience, especially in long time controls. You come from a game where you have been playing for, if they started the game at 9, they've been playing for 3 hours and a half now. So it's not like their minds are fresh. And having all the heavy pieces and the kings exposed, that means they have to calculate a lot, a lot of different options, because at any point you can get checkmated or in big trouble if you miss just one thing. So you're trying not to miss one thing. That also explains safer moves like this one, instead of allowing, instead of rook f5. So especially when he's down on time, like he is now, the player with the white pieces. So I think rook to d4 is stating that he wants to have e4 defended to prepare rook f5. No, it's not boring. It's rook f5 is still there. Now, because black has a tempo or a move, now black could put a rook on f6. Not sure which one. Do you want to keep g2 attack, or do you want to keep e4 attacked? I guess this would be my choice. Point being, after this you have to take with the queen, otherwise you hang mate. And you don't want to take with the queen here, but you have to. So maybe rook ef6 would be a move. Let me refresh. Yeah, maybe rook ef6 prevents rook f5. I mean, it's still a move. Still, you take and you have to take with the queen. Hey, Manus Purs. It's equal now. Okay, please. I would love not to see computer evals. But okay, it's fine. But this position, I think when you have this position, when you have a rook, when you have all the heavy pieces on the board, as I just said, it's very complicated to calculate. And I don't think the computer evaluation is relevant at any point. I think both players will try their best at calculating this, and both players will probably feel that they might miss something, and that's okay. Black should press the resign button. No, I think black is fine. I would like to play rook f6 now. Also, Tihon is up on time. And as I said, in these positions you have to calculate a lot. That's why I hate to play this in time trouble. But yeah, I trust his calculation skills. So let's see. Yeah, anything can happen, really, at this point. Very exciting endgame. I think white played a very good game. Regardless what the result will be, even if Tihon wins, which I really hope for and root for, I think white played a very, very good game. And even if Tihon doesn't win, or if Tihon even loses, I think both players played a very good game. Yeah. Is there any e5 ideas for white? And by the way, as I'm saying that about both players being deserving and regardless of the result, the reason I'm saying that right now is because I feel like this is a 3 results kind of endgame now, and it's becoming a bit of a lottery. I really trust Tihon's calculation skills in that lottery, so I hope still for a win. But really, this position is too complex for for a time travel situation, in my opinion. I feel like white played okay. Rook f6 was played indeed, the move I liked, and white played a solid move that keeps all the pressure on black's weakness. So it feels like kind of equal-ish, like, but at the same time, pawn structure is still asymmetrical. Both players with weaknesses. Both kings exposed or a little bit exposed. Yeah, this is pretty much open. I think the game is just starting right now. We're gonna see a blitz game now. Let me have a look at the top boards. So Demchenko made a draw, and boards 4 and 5 are still on. Demchenko made a draw in this position. That's exactly where we left after. Yeah, we left exactly after this. They just made a draw exactly at that position. Vocaturo is having this position. Oh yeah, it was the opposite color bishops with heavy pieces where I thought that white could press, and when we left, the material was equal. Now white is 2 pawns up, so I think definitely white will press this one. But still opposite color bishops, a rook trade would maybe mean a draw immediately, and we'll see if black manages to block like this bishop on this diagonal is ready to block both those pawns in some way. So I feel like black still has chances to hold this. The main problem is the reason the bishop is here is to target that to prevent this. so if the bishop moves, I guess rook e6, rook b7, and black is getting a bit passive, and f6 then potentially an idea at some point if the king goes to help. I don't know. It feels like white can still press, but it's always very difficult to convert these endgames. We'll see if Vocaturo does that. And let's see Nisipeanu. This was the wild game, and it's still wild. Cute. I really enjoyed this game. We left after queen b1, queen c7, and a3 was played, and a5. This game is the game of the round, I think. g3. So queen f4 is still there. Remember I said here I would play g3 to avoid queen f4, but he played a3, allowing queen f4. And then after rook d2, I guess the knight should move. But a5 and now g3 preventing queen f4. Knight 2 queen takes. Maybe queen b3 was another option. King d2. It's funny how both sides have pawn and knight, pawn and knight. Takes, takes, g6. That was a free pawn. And after all of that, nice e3, nice. After all of that, white is up 2 pawns. Queen e3, by the way, black is going all in now because queen e3 just hits the bishop and ideas with queen h6, and black says, okay, b4, take my bishop. I'm gonna take your knight, threatening checkmates. This is crazy. Can you take... If rook takes, knight takes, defends the queen. So I guess if you take here, black needs to take the knight. And then I was thinking of a queen trade. May just be a winning endgame. I'm thinking also e7 is annoying, but I don't see a way to do it. Also, there's a checkmate threat on b2. Okay, I guess Nisipeanu will win, but still some technical questions to solve there. Very sharp game, very interesting. Let's go back to Tihon. Okay, so we left after queen d2, and king g8 was played by Chernayev. King h2. I heard some Chinese girl is playing one here, or I think the There's a women championship going on. You mean in this tournament? Oh, in general. That's quite the statement, John. They made a draw. They made a draw. A draw was declared in this position. Okay. Well, it's slightly upsetting because we were rooting for Tihon. Obviously, the game it's still very complicated at this point. But both players in time travel in a complex position. I can't say it's a bad result. Um, the draw, it's obviously from a ratings point of view, but again, I think White played a very good game, and also I think White is playing a good. I mean, Matthias Reimann is doing a very good tournament. It looks like overperforming there and getting this draw against Tihon, which who Tihon is still unbeatable, so that's good. Miao Yi Lu, didn't hear of her. Thanks for sharing that, John Jong. Beating GMs, a 12-year-old 2300. Yeah, I mean, like Tihon himself, right? These kids, 2300 kids, you can not trust those ratings. Like, yeah, I feel like Tihon is still underrated. Anyway, good game. White played very well this game. Now we have the computer analysis. It looks like indeed Manus Purs was right. There was a +4 after rook g7. Yeah. I'm surprised that at any point in the opening, well, 0-0 is already a bad opening for White, right? But I wonder if queen takes was better. No games in the database. Because we saw in the database after d5, e takes d. Nobody ever played knight c3. Yeah. So that was White's prep, and it looks like he got a good position. And yeah, both players played a very, very good, instructive game. And in the end, they made a draw in this position where, again, they're in time trouble. They've been playing for almost 4 hours. Position still complex. I feel like they could have kept playing, but at the same time, I totally understand. Draw seems like a fair result. So, I guess we can focus on. Oh, Nisipiano already won. We can focus on Vocaturo's game. So let's see how this finished. After d5, queen 3, b4. He went queen h6, king g8 forced. And now knight e4. Oh, look at that checkmate threat. Oh, how do you stop it? You didn't redeem that, John Jong. There's no such redemption. Also, I don't think I'm gonna watch the World Cup. Queen c3 stops it, yeah. Fair enough. Well, the only move I only see f6 or f5. f6 was tried. But yeah. And here knight takes f6. I was thinking knight g5. I could have gone knight g5. But knight takes f6 is good enough, right? He threatens mate. If you take, you lose both rooks. Ouch. Is knight g5 also winning? I guess you still need to deal with rook d7. Oh, actually, so that's the threat. Bishop g8, queen h6 is mate. Takes is mate. Rook d7, I was thinking we take here threatening mate, and you can't go rook g8 because queen h6, rook h7. Then queen takes f6. Okay, this would be a torture option, I guess. What does Stockfish say? Knight takes f6 plus 14, 95 plus 12. Darn it. Cool. Great victory by Nisipeanu. Who? That means Korobov drew, Safarli drew, Nisipeanu won, Demchenko drew, and Vocaturo is on this position trying to win. But this means that Nisipeanu ties with the leaders Korobov and Safarli, and it's the last round tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, really early in the morning. For me, it's today actually. Ooh, King h6 allowing some action there. But of course, Black kept pressure on b4. So if you go like that, you lose the b4 pawn. It's hard to believe that White can win without that pawn. The reason is these h and f pawns, I'm not sure they can win on their own. We'll see. Vocaturo trying here. It's a very interesting endgame. And he's got plenty of time on the clock too. I'm considering a move like bishop e8. This position, I think a rook trade may be a draw for the most part. Bishop trade should win as long as b4 is still alive. Maybe walk the king. Yeah, but how do you walk the king? Because, for example, let's say if you try to go up and rook d3 check happens. Again, you don't want to put the rook in the middle because a rook trade is probably a draw, especially because b4 hangs. And if you don't put the rook in the middle, then the rook will go collect b4. So I think right now this king is trying to prevent this rook, from coming to any of these squares to collect that pawn. So rook g4, interesting move, preventing the king from advancing. And that means that now a move from this bishop, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it's preparing some rook g6 in the future, but again, the rook trade is not ideal for white. One thing black can try is rook c6 to c4. Or in general, rook c6 to aim for these squares. Let's say rook c6, king d3 maybe. Also, whenever this rook comes up, you need to keep an eye on f6. The f6 is dangerous. Not dangerous if bishop takes b4 controls f8, but potentially dangerous. Yeah, I would go rook c6 unless I'm missing something. Against bishop e8, rook c6 against bishop e8, I think you can just go rook b6, defending everything, or maybe you can afford rook c4, rook g6 check, king h7. it feels dangerous. Suddenly this king, I really like a lot this rook g4 move because it has the potential to threaten some checkmates to this king, which is exactly what you should do when you play opposite color bishops and rooks. Thank God I'm not the one having to win this position. It's tricky, but one of the biggest assets you have when you have heavy pieces and opposite color bishops is is the potential for checkmate, and in that sense I like rook g4 a lot. Hey Manus Purs. Yeah, Tihon drew already. Bishop b2. Yeah, bishop b2, as I said earlier, it does a pretty good job at controlling those pawns, the advance of those pawns in any endgame. But releasing the pressure on b4, okay, I understand why bishop b2, but because you release that, there's some potential for white to do something. However, bishop c3 I think is the idea. We're going to put pressure again and also prepare rook d2 to go rook d4, rook b2, sorry. Nice considering the whole game, yeah. It was a very complex position even when they agreed to that draw. It was still very complex. Both players probably tired, I would imagine, after 3 hours and 40 minutes or so of play. So I think that the draw agreement made sense, but of course they could both have kept playing, but good result, fair result. Both of them played a good game, I think. Those 4 hours games do kill any will to fight. Yeah. You know, I remember playing one game, and after 4 hours, I got to an end game, and I'm like, this is torture. And then it was like two consecutive rounds on the next round. It was a team competition, the league. Um, I'm playing the opening like maybe 30 minutes, maybe after the game started. I'm still playing the opening, and board number two, I was board number one. Board number two, I see the board, and they're already in an end game, and I'm like, what? I'm so jealous. It was an equal-ish endgame, but still maybe it was like rook and bishop for each side or something like that. And they agreed to a draw. And I'm like, what? You have all the time in your clock and all the energy in your body. I was so jealous that he would get an end game and time and energy. I'm like, why don't you keep playing? I mean, you usually get to those end games when you're completely tired and you know, um, wiped out. But yeah, it would be nice to have it with energy. But of course, the strongest players, as Daniele Vocaturo here, after 4 hours, he will still keep pressing on this endgame for sure. Yeah, Tihon has that advantage of being young. I don't know how young his opponent was today, but yeah, definitely that's a good point. They should make a variant that is just endgames for Pepe. No, you know what I do now? I trade down all the pieces in the opening. That's what I do now, hoping to get an endgame early enough. Okay, so bishop e8 on the board. Now, is rook g6 a threat or not? That's the question that both players should ask themselves at some point, because it feels, if the b4 pawn hangs, it feels like a draw, that rook trade, but you need to be 100% sure in order to allow it. On the other hand, again, as I said, there's some potential for checkmates. This king is not the best king ever, so yeah, pretty interesting. What will black do? Let's say we play bishop c3, allowing bishop takes b5, because then we want check and rook b2. So bishop c3 is reasonable, I guess. Because rook g6 we trade and take on b4. I can't believe that's not a draw. We have already a blockade on the dark squares. King g7, the bishop goes back to control f6. That's a draw. So yeah, bishop c3, reasonable move. It keep um, it keeps everything under control, I think, and it's preparing rook d2, rook b2. Bishop c3, maybe king up, or king up on f3. The point being now, if the rook wants to go to d4, then rook g6. On the other hand, I'm just considering now there's rook d4 as well. But I guess you don't want to allow rook g6, but on the other hand the rook is defended on d4, so maybe you don't mind to take on h5. Rook b6 check, king g5, rook takes b5, defending all the pawns. Still not clear to me. I really like the move rook g4 earlier. It's maximizing the problems for black. Is this Italy versus Germany? Yes. Yes. Oh, rook d4 on the board. Okay. Let's see. Rook g6 check. I thought king takes h5 allows rook b6 check, followed by rook takes b5, keeping that two-pawn advantage, keeping the pawns together. But maybe you just follow up with bishop c3, and maybe this is just a draw. Huh. On the other hand, you could take, and take, but b4 is hanging. So I just guessed, but you guessed right. Yes. I'm pretty sure Vocaturo is from Italy, and I don't know Gerlev Mainz, but because they're playing in Germany, I know there's a lot of players from Germany, especially those that are not GMs. So I would bet my money he's German. Yeah, he or she, I don't know who Gerlev Mainz is. Mhm. Yeah, rook d4 may be an immediate draw, but there's an f pass pawn. Can we use it? Rook d6, king takes f6. Bam. What about rook g8? Rook g8 threatening f6. I guess rook takes b4. Oh, yeah. We're losing the b4 pawn. This may just be a draw. Yeah, their names sound Italian and German, indeed. You know Vocaturo? I don't follow Italian. Okay, then you can go away if you don't like watching me. You know Vocaturo, I'm not following Italian chess a lot. But I don't know his face, but I always find games by him when I prepare. There's always games of him in the database, so my concept of Vocaturo is strong player, top player. But yeah, I think I've never seen his face. It's pretty strange that Italy isn't stronger at chess. They're pretty strong, aren't they? I don't know. I mean, not pretty, but maybe they're similar to Spain. I don't know. Um, well, maybe a little under Spain, not as good as Spain. Um, I'm trying to come up with names, and I can only think of Vocaturo now. Obviously, Fabiano Caruana doesn't count. Um, who else is from Italy? Um, I know Elena Sedina. I played her actually over the board. Mhm. Spain has like 10, 2,600 players. Yeah, Spain has a strong level. And also many top, not Spanish players, maybe top, many top GMs that are not from Spain, they live in Spain. So actually, in Spain, you have pretty strong tournaments. And I guess that helps also the Spanish top players being good. Some are not born in Spain. Yeah, well, Alexei Shirov is one of our best Spanish players, and now Iturrizaga also. But disregarding those two, most of the 2600s you find in Spain are Spanish. Yeah, from like born in Spain. Yeah, it is stranger than China, India, and the U.S. are not better at football. That's the thing. What you call football, they don't even call it football. So that's already a problem. The U.S. and Russia are strong in chess because of the Cold War thing. Well, that definitely helped, but you know, um, some big countries are good at many sports just because they're big countries. So you will always find it's just a matter of absolute numbers. What I'm impressed with is the amount of top competitive teams uh, Iceland has. For handball, for soccer, they're not even winter games, and yet they have with a population of like I think it's like 100,000 people. It's like a small city, and they have top teams in various disciplines. That's really impressive. Iceland is really impressive. But China or US or Russia, yeah, okay, you're always gonna you know it's a matter of whether the sport is played or not in that country. If it is played, you always have competitive players at the top. And Norway has the best chess player. Yeah, but that's just one. I'm impressed with teams. What am I working on at Chessable? I'm a software developer. I don't think I should disclose any more details. Norway have Haaland too. He might become the best player in the world when Messi declines. Daniele, he's thinking here. It's not an easy. It's not an easy position. Question is whether this is an immediate draw or not. If you trade rooks, the problem is this pawn is a goner, and that means it's going to be an immediate draw. Especially given the bishop, the dark square bishop has this awesome diagonal that will be able to block both pawns. So rook takes d4 is an immediate draw, which is kind of a bummer in a position where you're two pawns up. That means you have to find something else. Rook g6 check, king takes h5. You have these cover checks. They may not be enough to win unless you can save b4, but it's hard. Because even if you take b5, king g5, rook takes b5, bishop c3 just seems to collect the pawn. Yeah. What else can we try? So the other idea was to prepare f6. But how do you do that? Like king f3 doesn't work. Can you play like rook g6 check, king takes h5, f6? How about that? That's a funny line. Look at this. I'm going to put some moves on the board just to see what kind of trick I'm looking for. Rook g6. Okay, that didn't happen. I'm playing the move, okay? Rook g6. You take the pawn. Now, if rook b5, you go king g5 after this pawn, and rook takes b5, bishop c3 collects b4. But let's say f6. We want to promote. And now let's say black says, that's crazy. You still don't have good discover, so I'm going to just grab the pawn, right? Because rook g4, I take it. So there's no good discover check from this rook. And now I'm like, okay, now I'm going to promote. And black is, no, you're not. And I'm like, yes, I am going to promote. And you're like, no, you're not. And I'm like, yes, I did promote because it says a discover check because your king is on h5. So this is the kind of funny line I'm looking for. Rook d4 wins as white can defend b4. No, white can't defend b4. Rook d4 is a draw, as far as I can tell. Rook d4, you take. How do you defend b4? You go king d3. Huh. Huh. So let's say this. Then you take there, and you're going to win. Let me turn this off. You may be right. So maybe everything I'm saying is wrong. You may be right. Rook takes d4, bishop takes king d3. Why didn't I see king d3? Yeah, rook takes d4 may just be a win. And we're in that position. Okay. And now the main problem is, even if you collect f5, maybe you thought king d3 was prevented by the rook. Maybe. I don't know what I was thinking. I thought bishop c3 was unstoppable, but yeah, it's not, obviously. So I guess rook d4 was a mistake, because this is looking like really bad for black. Maybe it was a desperate attempt. Maybe, okay, the position was already lost or something. Maybe I wasn't thinking. That's also true, John. Yeah. And yeah, now even if you collect this one, and let's say white will collect this one, the pawns are really far away, and you really need to coordinate. With opposite color bishops, you really want to coordinate king and bishop, because if one of the pawns, only the bishop is there, you're gonna collect the bishop for the pawn just with the help of your king. As long as the other pawn is defended, which is the case, yeah, it's gonna be difficult to hold. So yeah, rook d4. Oh my goodness. Maybe black thought exactly what I was thinking, and I wonder whether bishop c3 was just good enough, right? Huh? Was black still holding here? Yeah. Thank you. Um, Something like this. I don't know where to put the king. And rook b2 to collect it with the bishop. Also h5 is hanging. That may have hold the position, but rook d4, and now bishop f2 played, threatening bishop e1. So I guess you have to go king c3 now, or king c2 in order to arrive to b3. So yeah, bishop f2, nice attempt, but there's only one threat, and I guess white will... Oh, actually you can take on b5 also. Yeah, right? Then you have king c4. Just f6 is a draw, John. Okay, so bishop takes b5 play. Now if you go f6, that's a draw, because now there's no way to defend b4, and the bishop will stop the promotion. It is a draw. I'm 100% sure this is a draw. Yeah. So that did not happen, but instead bishop takes b5, and I expect resignation right now, because now after that move was played, I think it's pretty clear. Or maybe not. Maybe you take on h5. Maybe you take on h5 and still hope, or play bishop e1, let's say, force king c4, and then take on h5. But the bishop will be in time to defend f5, and these two pawns are split enough to create a problem to try and defend. You have hopes to defend when you have one diagonal with your bishop that blocks both pawns, but in this case they're too far apart for that to happen. Like with pawns on B and F, you would need, let's say, this pawn back here and the bishop on A3 controlling this. That diagonal would control both pawns. And even in that case, you still need the help of your king, and it's going to be too much in this case, yeah. So yeah, maybe black will resign at this point, or maybe black will play bishop e1, king c4, king takes h5, and then after, I don't know, bishop d7, resign. But yeah, it seems like Vocaturo is going to win. That means Vocaturo and Nisipianu are going to tie with Safarli and Korobov on the top, and that means we're the moves I just said were played, and now I expect resignation, or maybe he will keep trying for a while. But yeah, the f5 pawn is safe. The b pawn starting to run. The king will help it. Yeah, exciting round indeed, Manus Purs. I'm not going to be able to follow it because that's going to be like 3 a.m. here or something like that, because they play in the morning, the last round. But yeah, I think we're going to have on the top two boards a fight between Korobov, Nisipeanu, Safarli, and Vocaturo for the first place of the tournament. And I don't know who's going to play who. Um, he's going to play King B5, King C6. No. Now, the way to do it is put the pawn first on a light square, then help with the king advance to the next dark square. If you go with the king first, they attack your pawn, then you have to go with your king back or to a side. It doesn't matter really, everything wins. I truly expect resignation. I don't think black uh, has any hope at all already. Right? Okay, I guess he played king d5, king c6, and after bishop e1, b5 is gonna happen. Well, there's one trick, that's why the king is there. There's one trick that Bocatur is not gonna fall for, but let's show it. b5, bishop f2, b6, bishop takes b6, that's the trick. That's the one trick I see. That's not gonna happen because, a super GM will not fall for this. And so, yeah, the king on e7 definitely definitely ready for that trick, but I think it's just a trick. I think there's no way to hope to save the position. I mean, maybe after b5, instead of bishop f2, the same trick with bishop a5 maybe give some more hope. And if bishop e6, yeah, just resign. I think b5 is going to be played now. Bishop will go to one of these squares, then bishop e6, and then resigns. I keep announcing resignation, but yeah, bishop f2 happened. Now b6 is a draw, but you play bishop e6, and I think black resigns. Again, I don't see, like, you can find maybe one more trick, but it's gonna be just that, just a trick, because this position is lost. I've never seen a super GM fall for a trick like this, so I mean, he's got plenty of time as well. Yeah, bishop e6 as expected, and bishop g1 still not resigning. And the main idea is to meet b7 with, I guess, bishop h2, and then if king b6, bishop b8. So probably king c7 is now the winning move, right? The point is we want b7 and king c8. If we play the pawn first after bishop h2, we may never get with our king to c8 or a8, and then maybe we can't win. But I guess the move here is king c7 now to win. What do you think, guys? I think b7 may not win. That would be impressive, honestly. There may be a long way to win, but I think b7 wins too. I don't know how, because bishop h2. The thing is, with bishops, it's really hard to put your opponent in Zugzwang. Once the bishop is on that diagonal, the bishop will always have moves. So this king will never be in Zugzwang. Just move the king down. Down where? To the other side. What other side? To g5. No, but the king will go to f6 whenever you try to enter g5. They're gonna keep you out. You're not gonna be able to make progress. And even if you get to g5, even, you know, let's imagine the pawn here and the king all the way to g5, and this bishop on b8, then you play bishop e5. This looks like the sort of position that has a machine-like draw in it. But king c7 wins, right? King c7 secures that we will have king c8, and therefore we will collect the bishop on b8. Ah, wait, but it's black to move. Wait a second, it's black to move. Black resigns, and then the game appears in a book as an example of why learning endgames is useful, right? Wait a second, it's black to move, so maybe we can prevent king c7 now. King b7 to a8, yeah. But once the king is on b7, we keep the pawn on b6 attacked, preventing king a8. But then there's king a7, but then it's pinned. So how about bishop h2 here? And if king b7, bishop back to g1. Then king c7. Then king c7 wins. Yeah. So I don't know if there's a miracle draw here. I don't see it, but maybe. Maybe you can also play bishop d4, something like that, to be able to help with the king. You know what's bad news for white? Sort of bad news is the promotion squares are dark squares. That's bad news because there are positions where you can bring both pawns to the 7th rank and be a draw. So, yeah. This is I mean, if black gets a draw here, oh no, we got to this position with king c7, then it's over. Yeah, and in fact, black resigned already. So what happened? Bishop h2 was tried. And as we said, bishop, king b7, bishop g1, king c7. Yeah, and now it's over because this king will get to c8. So let's just show how tricky this is. Bishop h2, I think b7 doesn't win, right? We were discussing that. b7, I think it's a draw. My opinion, my professional opinion. This is a draw. So you have to be careful with that. Check. You want to check this with the engine or with the database? Let's check with the database. It's a draw, indeed. Yeah. There's no way, because the only way you're going to win, you can't win with just one of the pawns alone. Like this position, the way you want to win is forcing this bishop to be sacrificed for this pawn. And then you're going to win. Then you're going to win because you have a piece. So you always win king and pawn versus king when you have a piece. But if you can't bring the king to c8 or a8, you can never collect that bishop. And now you can't. You can't enter these squares. And if you have to sacrifice your other pawn to do it, then it's not worth it. It's going to be a draw. So yeah, and let's say we wait, and if you try on the other side, there's bishop b8. And no, you're not coming in. And if you try what John said, I'm just going to wait, let's say. And whenever you try to enter g5, first of all, I can go king f6. Second, I think I can wait, and whenever you go there, I can do this, because if f6, I take with a check. So, oh, well, actually, that would be bad. This would be unfortunate. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, this would be unfortunate. So I guess king f6 better. This would be a fun way to lose. And white wins here. Um, so yeah, here we go, king f6 and draw. You had it all figured out. You saw that trick and you thought you were winning. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, bishop g1, nice attempt because it prevents king a8, but it doesn't prevent king c7. So what other thing could black try here? Maybe king here. But king a8 is coming. So king d8, king a8. Yeah. What if earlier? What if here we play king d8? What do you think? I guess allowing f6 is a problem. But or not. See, this is the kind of defense I would like to do. The problem here is b7, I think. No, actually this is a draw already if I do this. So yeah, this is a nice defense. So maybe f6 wasn't good. Oh wait, this is still winning. This is still winning with king c7. It's the story of the same story. If we get king c7, we're winning. Yeah. Check. Bishop here. And now we win promoting one and then the other. Yeah, c7, good square for the king. Making sure the king will get to c8. Nice technique. Nice technique from white there, and losing move rook d8. And apparently, according to the engine analysis, queen versus bishop tricky? No. No, queen versus bishop is very easy. I don't know. Here. Let's say we do that. You just play on the light squares. You're gonna just play your regular king and queen versus king on the light squares. That's it. Yeah, it's not very tricky. Not very tricky. Important question. Rook d4 was a blunder, apparently. Well, we thought that. But apparently it was still equal here. Bishop a3 wants the engine. And I was thinking, what with bishop c3? And if bishop takes, well, let's follow the engine's recommendation, king e3. I wanted rook d2, but that allows this. So king h7. The bishop is not a good defender. No, no, it's not. Yeah, I guess bishop c3 was still probably definitely better than rook d4. Wow. Okay, anyway, that means that Vocaturo ties, and as I said, top 4 boards, there are 4 players with 6.5 points. Uh, I, we don't have, let me refresh this. Yeah, we do have the results. We don't have, for example, this game. This is 1-0 as well. There are Danes in a tournament. I don't see any. Here, there's one, but the name sounds very Spanish to me. There's one, but the name is very Spanish. Daniel Pousada. Oh man, I know this guy. Suspicious name, yeah. Okay, there's one Dane, and Julio Guillermo Quiñones sounds very Spanish to me. Club City. Maybe he lives in Denmark. Well, it's definitely federated from Denmark. But yeah, name sounds. I think there is at least other 2 with the same last name of Tihon's opponent. What the heck is SG Ports? It's the name of the club and or city in, I assume, in Denmark. So, okay, it's going to be really hard to guess who's going to play Tihon in last round, I think. It is in Germany. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe that's the reason he comes to the tournament. Maybe he lives in Germany, but has a Denmark flag. So, weird. I think your flag is not the flag of your club. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I went with the Spanish flag. To some international tournament. Yeah, the flag is personal. I mean, not personal. You pay your federation there. Spanish name, Danish flag, lives in Germany. Normal stuff, indeed. Yeah. So, Manuspur said that there's at least other 2 with the same last name of Tihon's opponent. Let me see. Yeah, there's another one, Sebastian Reimann, who's higher rated than Tihon's opponent, but he's doing worse. It's funny. Um, would be brothers, maybe. Yeah, could be. You know, some brothers, it would be interesting to see their birth date and so, because I've seen many brothers who, you know, the older one is the highest rated, but the younger one is the strongest. Actually, they just didn't have time to to get the rating up. Can I see the Dane's name again? It's Quiñones. It's let me see here, Julio Guillermo Quiñones. Quiñones, I'm pretty sure it's with an N, not with an N. But Google will not care. Here he is. Anyway, so we're expecting last round to feature Korobov and Safarli against Then, sorry, Vocaturo and Nisipiano, because those are the only 4 players with 6.5 points. Now, that being said, let's see if they played against each other already, which probably didn't happen. But let's just make sure to see maybe what the pairings are going to be, because by color, it's pretty clear who's going to play white, who's going to play black. But I want to see if they played against each other previously. Nope. Probably not, but because it was accelerated, there's some chances they already played like on the previous round, but it looks like they didn't. Yep, so they didn't play against any of the others. So that means that all pairings are possible between them except the color situation. The color situation says that, for example, Korobov will play white and will play against Vocaturo or Nisipeanu, and Safarli will play white and will play against the other. It would be very weird, although you never know, but it would be very weird because there are only 4 players there in that pack, that Korobov plays Safarli and Vocaturo plays Nisipeanu, because then 2 of them would repeat color. That would be odd, I think, from the pairing system point of view. So yeah, I think Korobov dodged playing Safarli and vice versa, but they're gonna get strong opponent anyway. Yeah, basically those 4 2600s are gonna play against each other. I think they're very likely the only 2600s. So yeah, in the starting list, those are numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ah no, the number 2 was Demchenko. Yeah, their number 1, 3, 4, and 5. Which, by the way, Demchenko, yeah, I think he's Russian. That's why he goes with the international flag, the FIDE flag. Demchenko has some chances to win the tournament, given the other 4 2600s, they're gonna play each other. So imagine they both draw, then Demchenko, by winning, would tie with them, and then, well, you have to see the tiebreakers. In general, that's never happening. Like, it's very hard to to win a tournament like that, because the tiebreaks will favor, those players are playing each other. That means that they're gonna have good tiebreakers. You didn't play any of them, you're not gonna have such good tiebreak. They should ban Belarus too. I thought I thought Belarus was banned, isn't it? Ah, you mean Demchenko could be Belarusian? I think he's Russian. Anyway, Demchenko will play someone of the lower group. There's some candidates, some players with 6 points. For example, oh wait, wait. I said it all wrong. I said it all wrong. Sorry. I said there was 4 players with 6.5, but obviously these 2 guys over here also have 6.5, Jan Christian Schroeder and Gian Gopal. So yeah, one of these 2 could play against, let's say, Schroeder could play against Safarli, or Gopal could play against Korobov in the last round. It's very unlikely, but it may happen. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I guess we have to wait for the pairings to see. But yeah, no, the pack of players with 6.5 is not 4 players; it's 6 players. My bad. It's actually 7. There's this guy too. So 7 players with 6.5. That means that everything I said about those top 2 boards is wrong. On the other hand, it may still happen because the colors make these pairings to be very likely. So yeah, whatever, we'll see. I'm gonna stop here the stream, and let's see what happens in the last round. After this draw, Tihon will play against someone on the same area probably. Let's see what pairing he gets, but yeah, I won't be able to cover it live. But yeah, follow it. It's gonna be, I think, 10 a.m. or 9 a.m. in Europe. I think it's 10 a.m., which is gonna be like 3 a.m. here. People from Belarus seem great. It's just Lukashenko. Yeah, we'll check the pairings later. Many people should get banned. Yeah, from many countries. Um, I don't know, politics and sport, never a good combo. But yeah, look at Qatar. I think politics and sports are not the worst combo. The problem is when you add money, when you add money to that, and then you see all sorts of bad decisions made out of economic interests. Uh, it's fine. It's the world we live in. Most chess players should not pay for their politicians' mistakes, but they do, and it's fine. It happens. In a way, I think when you're when you're an elite sportsman, you're sort of forced to, like, you're a regular person, and your politicians are the worst. You're like, okay, I can live with that. But when you're elite and your politicians are the worst, you're sort of forced to move to another country, right? Or make at least a clear statement what your position is, and probably move to another country, which is kind of tough for anyone. But just saying, if you're elite, many times you're forced to, and we see many cases out there. So players who can still play under the FIDE flag, that's sort of a, an easy way out. Um, but yeah, I guess if you're Russian, that's easier than if you're Ukrainian. I don't know. Let's forget about politics. What do they get out of it? Wonder why Qatar is so eager to hold the World Cup. Why not? Um, I mean, soccer is arguably the sport that moves the most money. What do you get? Money, the attention of the world. Obviously, the attention of the world is not great when you have such a terrible um, country in terms of human rights and everything. But on the other hand, money attracts money. It's I'm pretty sure they see this as an opportunity, as an economic opportunity. I think for many countries, especially undeveloped countries, um, being able to organize a World Cup is great, or an Olympic, Olympic Games or something like that. It's definitely a lot of investment, but there's also a lot of good repercussion, not just in terms of attention from the world, but also people investing money on you. Um, you build facilities, and that encourages, all sorts of good initiatives, even, schools and academies and stuff. So it's definitely a good impact in general to get something like this, especially if you're an undeveloped country. I think it's good news. But yeah, if you're a country who's actually very rich, like Qatar, we can call it a rich country, right? I understand your point, John. What do they get out of this? But again, money attracts money. I think rich people are not going to stop being rich, and they will want more. This costs coins for them. It's an investment. Rich people can just invest and they will get more in the long term. Yeah. Anyway, I feel like we're not talking chess anymore. I'm gonna leave it here. That was very interesting games. I'm glad to see Tihon surviving in tough games. Um, Funny how he's got some more comfortable games against much stronger opponents, but that's chess. That's what happens. And yeah, let's see. Let's see how it goes. He's probably gaining a bunch of rating in this tournament as well, and looking good. Okay, guys, thanks for being there. I hope you enjoy your weekend, and see you soon. Bye bye.